Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. I'm Dr. Jared Jones. For those of you who have seen me before, this won't be news to you, but I have been practicing Buddhism for about 20 years and Dragon Gate Taoism for about 5 years. And my PhD focused on ancient systems of meditation, the cognitive science of meditation, philosophy of science, and Buddhist philosophy, as well as a number of other odds and ends. My passion is, and my goal is to one, help people understand Buddhism in the modern world and how to practice Buddhism in the modern world. But much wider and broader, my goal is in a non-sectarian way, relying on both ancient systems of meditation for explanation and modern cognitive science to explain to people how to train in meditation as a real person living in the real world. So these lives, the open Q&A, I encourage you to bring whatever questions you have pertaining to meditation and Buddhist practice, and these are fairly open. So you're welcome to sort of bring whatever questions you have, good or bad, confrontational or friendly. I'm willing to take them all on. I also have some super exciting news. So as you may have noticed, there's a lot of new fun toys on your dashboard there as you watch the live stream as we get going, because YouTube said it would take a month, and within 24 hours they monetized the channel. So it would be my preference to not have ads on all of my videos. I would much prefer that that the community come together and yeah, I have membership tiers now. If you'd like to become a stream enterer tonight, you can by clicking the link to become a member below. It really tickled me to no end that we have a title called Stream Enterer in Buddhism, and it just fits so perfectly with streaming things live. So if you'd like to become a stream enterer, which is the first tier, you can. It's very affordable. And then I also have those who'd like to become enter nirvana as we speak right now. You can become an arhat. If you'd like to benefit all beings, you can become a bodhisattva. And if you'd like to gain the infinite ability to benefit all beings, you can become a samyak sambuddha right now to support the channel. So do click the membership link below. Super excited about it. Also, I'm still debating about how to do it, but we have super chats activated now. So for those of you who would like to make use of the super chat feature, I think what I'm going to do is the standard streaming thing. So as per the usual, sorry Faizan, I know everyone's in a million different time zones. So as per the usual, I'm going to take all questions in the order they come in, with the exception that super chats that come in will go to the top of the stack. So I'm going to take super chats basically first, and then I'm going to take everything else in order. No, I'm not selling vows. I just thought it'd be much more fun to name the. I thought it'd be fun to name the tiers for the memberships after the various realizations you can attain in Buddhism. Okay, everyone. Well, welcome to the stream. The next purchase is either going to be a lapel mic so that we can do standing and walking meditation, or it's going to be lighting so that all of these late evening sessions we have together won't look like I'm sitting on the moon. One of the two. Okay, my friends, please do make use of all the new fun toys that we have. We have super chats, we have stickers, we have membership options to scale to your various needs. All of these things will help the channel survive and grow so that I can carry on doing this for all of you and for anyone else who happens to come along. All right. As I said, for those who are just joining in, I think I'm going to do the standard streamer thing. I am going to go through each question as they come in, so don't spam the chat. I'll come through the chat question by question. However, if you do a super chat, I'm going to put that to the top. So if you do super chats, I'll answer that before the next one in order, and all the other questions I'll simply go in order. So if you'd like to jump to the front of the line, you are more than welcome to super chat to the top. Okay, so I'm going to get started. Am I selling vows? No, like I said, I'm I just named the tiers for membership, names that I thought would be relevant to what we're doing. Okay. Next question, is Dorje Shugden a Buddha or a demon? With that question, I don't think I'm actually qualified to answer. So I'm not going to answer that question. That's sort of like a, it's like a, I know I'm a Gelug, but it's sort of up to the Gelug authorities to decide what to do with Dorje Shugden or not do with Dorje Shugden. Personally, I don't do those practices, but I'm not in the hierarchy of who decides to do what in the Gelug hierarchy, so it's up to them what they want to do with Dorje Shugden practice, and I'll leave it up to them. Okay. How do you view Gorompa and Jason Kappa's Prasanga Madhyamaka? Gorompa is quite a bit different than Tsongkhapa on that issue. I read Sonam Thakcho's Two Truths debate and their own expositions. I'd like to know what you think, if there's a contention or not. There's definitely a contention between Gorompa and Tsongkhapa. I think there's a little bit less so when you're talking about, what was that? Entering the Middle Way. Who's the author of this? Entering the Middle Way. Very famous. I think he's a Nyingma Lama. Come on, what's his name? Well, in any case, there are other authorities who claim to be interpreting Prasangika philosophy, and basically the big hullabaloo, if you will, for those who aren't initiated into this issue, is that there's some debate amongst the Tibetans about how to interpret the Indian schools of emptiness. And the Indian schools of emptiness are extremely detailed. I mean, I have a book. I don't know if I have it on my shelf or not. No, I only have that one digitally. But I mean, there are books that are literally this thick, describing all of the elements and details of the ways in which these views interact and debate with each other. So it's very serious business. Why is it such serious business? Because the liberating insight that gets you out of samsara is this insight. And so if you don't get it right, it's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big problem. And so they just put a huge amount of time and energy and effort into this. Ju Mifum's book, where he's criticizing Tsongkhapa along similar lines, very, very famous, much more recent. Actually, when I read that text, gave me much greater insight into Tsongkhapa's position on emptiness. What I find is, quite often when I read the critiques of other Tibetan schools of Tsongkhapa's position on Madhyamaka Prasangika, the consequentialist middle way school of emptiness philosophy that the Gelug hold to be supreme, I find that what they are criticizing isn't the Gelug position, which is kind of interesting. They end up criticizing views that like a really bad Gelug who doesn't understand the Gelug would put forward as the view. And I know for a lot of you this is not going to be that interesting, but I promise if you stick in there, it's going to get a lot more interesting. Okay. So when you're talking about emptiness, the most important subject in Buddhism, besides compassion, you need compassion to drive you down the path as a Mahayana practitioner, and you need the wisdom, the emptiness, to give you the liberating insight to become increasingly free from ignorance, delusions, and then the imprints, just the leftover aroma of ignorance and delusions, klesha. And so if you get this subject wrong, there's some concern amongst the great yogis that you won't gain the liberating insights you need, and therefore you're wasting a lot of time. Uh, so what is the big debate? Well, if you look at some of the Theravada schools on this issue, what they say is that there are there are ultimately existent dharmas that are basically particles. They're very similar, in fact, in terms of general description to modern physics. They say that there are point particles that don't extend in space. They have no they are they occupy no space, a 0 point particle. And these dharmas are what collect together to form objects like this. And that is similar, broadly speaking, to what the standard model of physics says today. And then they said, in addition to that, there are sort of, for lack of a better term, particulate moments of mind. There are the shortest possible durations of mental events, and those are also sort of mental dharmas, if you will. And those are the what ticks along. And those things are the reductive components that make up reality. And those things don't depend upon you to conceptually impute anything or interpret anything. They are what they are. So this is to give you a very quick introduction to all this, this is the first sort of big school in the big debate. However, you then had schools come along and say, yes, but there are problems with that view that you haven't fixed. And so the next school says, sorry. The next school says, actually, let me back up. So in the first school, the Svatantrikas, Sautantrika, Sautantrika, Yogacara, Madhyamaka, Svatantrika. No, what is it? Sautrantika, sorry. Sautrantika. So the first two schools are basically debating just about the nature of the self, and they agree that the physical world, for example, exists as what it is. And then when you get to the Mahayana schools, they say, actually, if you look more closely and you think about it and you train in meditation, you're going to notice that there's problems assuming that the physical world simply exists in and of itself. And we need some kind of analysis, some kind of meditative insight that addresses the nature and or ontology, the way in which the physical world exists, in addition to the self of the person. And then by the time you get to the middle way school, the argument is quite sophisticated, actually, quite sophisticated. And so you end up with, at the end of the day, I would actually say 4 kind of main ways of getting at the selflessness of the person. So the first one is described as, and this is the one everyone knows if they've studied a bit of Buddhism, that there is no self, even though it looks like there's no self that is unchanging, unitary, and independent. This is the first one. So this is the one everyone knows and talks about. There's another one that's subtler than this, which is a self-sufficiently knowable, substantially existent self. So a self-sufficiently knowable, substantially existent self is the next view that is slightly more subtle than just focusing on the previous one. And what makes it more subtle is that it could be a changing thing, actually, and it could be sort of mixed in with your body and mind. And so it makes it much more difficult to identify as a cognitive factor that's affecting your behavior, and much more difficult to uproot than the other one. Yeah, we could have a long discussion there. But then the next school is saying, if I'm doing it in terms of subtlety, I would then put the Yogacaras next. And they say, well, actually, the issue is that the self and other are non-dual. And the mistake you've made is that you think they're not non-dual. Not just think, but you actually see or perceive them being dual. And once you see that they are non-dual, the first thing that will happen is you'll stop seeing the external world as existing in and of itself. But secondly, and this is not talked about much in the Tibetan text, but if you go back to the Indian text, it says, secondly, afterwards, after you have noticed that the world itself can't be established in and of itself, you'll notice that consciousness, which which depends upon knowing objects, also, because it depends upon knowing these objects, also can't be established in and of itself. And then you end up with two things that can't be established in and of themselves, but can only be established in relation to each other. And so then this is basically a position in terms of non-duality. Then you get into the middle way schools. And the middle way schools are even subtler and more difficult than this. So the first middle way school is called the autonomist middle way school, Svatantrika. And the autonomists argue that due to karma, for example, hang in there, I'm not going to talk too much about karma on this question. Due to karma, there's a certain coming together of causes and conditions. Let's say that this is the coming together of causes and conditions. Now, because it happened to come together as, let's just say, an orange object with a black mark on it, and it's sort of empty inside, right? So it has some qualities, it has some characteristics. And those qualities and characteristics, according to them, come from this object. And even though this object isn't one particular thing in and of itself, it does have characteristics that have arrived due to karmic causes and conditions, conventional types of causality, and so forth. And it's on that basis, it's on the basis of seeing a certain set of causes and conditions that you then conceptually impute a specific identity onto the object. As I was talking about with the mountain in the video from a week ago, where I'm saying, well, where did the mountain go, right? The Svatantrika would say, well, when you look out there, you see a brown object that's sort of triangular, let's say, and it has some parts, and you can see that there's some causal stuff going on, and the rocks are hard, and the water smells of algae and so forth. So there are characteristics and properties there. And on the basis of those characteristics and properties, you impute one specific identity onto the parts and causes, mountain. And so therefore, the identity of the object, in terms of what all of that stuff together is, comes from the imputation. But the qualities and characteristics of the thing you're imputing upon come from the thing itself. You with me? This is the autonomist position, the autonomy middle way position. Then finally, the Prasangikas come along and point out that actually the color brown or the shape triangle, for example, aren't any more findable or established than the mountain. So characteristics of things aren't any more findable or established in the world as specific entities that have those characteristics. So, for example, what shape is this? Just put it in the chat. What shape is this? Come on. So, for those of you who said a triangle, look more closely. There's like big gaps and holes, and it's not a triangle. So your mind is filling in the gap and saying there's a triangle there, but it's just my fingers. And not only that, I'm squeezing my hands a bit here, so there's no proper corner. It's sort of rounded here. So you have two round sides and two gaps, but your mind says triangle. So where did the triangle come from? It came from you. So colors and shapes are something coming from your side, not from the side of the object itself. So just like the mountain not being established in and of itself, the mountain is an identity, right? It's being something in particular. To be something in particular, you have to have characteristics. You can't just be a thing that doesn't have any characteristics that make you like something in particular, right? If you're a being, you have qualities that explain what you are being, right? You with me? So the autonomists are saying the characteristics are there and you impute the identity. The Prasangikas are saying when you look for the characteristics also, you can't find them. So you can't find the identities out there and you can't find the characteristics. And therefore, the only way to explain the existence of absolutely everything in reality is as mutually existent, which means that there's a basis of imputation and there's an imputation. And when those two come together in the right way, right? Mutual meaning something from the subject side, something from the object side, and the ability for those two things to work together in a mutual relationship, that is a dependent arising. Not simply the coming together of parts to form a whole. That doesn't happen. Not simply the ticking along of causes to bring about an effect. That doesn't happen independent of imputation. Only the basis that could be imputed upon by an imputing mind as a cause and an effect is in fact a cause and an effect when it's imputed and not before. And parts and whole work the same way. So this quality and characteristic and the thing being characterized work in the same way. And for some of you, this is quite dry, but this is the subject that liberates you from suffering. This is not just meaningless philosophy. This is not just dry talk. If you understand this subject, you can get out of samsara forever. So this is the most critical subject being discussed in the Indian canon. This is the thing being talked about in the thousands of pages of the Prajnaparamita or Perfection of Wisdom Sutras. It is amongst the largest and most written about subject in all of Buddhism because it's the thing that gets you out of suffering, as hard as that is to understand, probably for some of you from where you're sitting now. So, to now back up a bit, I think Gorompa, if I'm not mistaken, and Ju Mifam and a number of non-Geluk practitioners say actually there's no difference between Prasangikas and Svatantrikas. There's actually everyone is Svatantrikas. There's no such thing as Prasangika. And Tsongkhapa just didn't understand this well enough and blah, blah, blah. I think that's wrong for the reason I just described to you. I think there is a difference between these two views, and that difference is important and worth thinking about, and something is being added to the discussion by what Tsongkhapa is doing. Okay, my friends, there's a bunch of you here. Let me tell you once again, we have been monetized. We're live. We've been upgraded by YouTube. They've decided that you and me are worth connecting and that we should be together. So if you've been looking for a way to keep this stream alive, now click on the membership options. I've made options for you all to enter the stream or attain nirvana or become bodhisattvas or Buddhas tonight by way of membership. Also, if you look at the emojis, I made 4 custom emojis, and when I have enough members, I can add the last one, and then I can have all 5 Buddha families represented in our emojis down below. And we have super chats and we have stickers. So if you'd like to get pushed to the front of the line in terms of asking questions, I will in fact answer super chats before I do the next question in order. So if you'd like to get pushed to the front, put through a super chat. Okay? All right. Now I'm going to move on to question number 2 after 30 minutes. Agape, I probably won't be on here for 4 hours tonight. I'll probably be on here for 90 minutes or so. Faizan, do not worry about it. This is why we're a community. Sometimes you won't be able to provide anything to keep this going. Sometimes someone else won't. But as long as enough of us come together and do what we can, then everyone will get to benefit. That's the point of a community. When one of us falls, another one helps out. When that one falls, another one helps out. And together we can do really cool stuff. You know, this is why family and community is so incredible. So don't worry about it. again, I teach everything for free. I teach everything for free, and as long as the community can help me hold it together, then I can carry on teaching for free, you know? This is pretty cool. Okay. So Dragon Gate Taoism is the largest school of Taoism on earth. And the subset that is, in my understanding, the most popular, the most populous, the most practiced is called the Complete Reality School. And in the Complete Reality School, it is a blend, I think that started, I don't know, maybe about 500 years ago or so. Don't quote me on that. Where a great Taoist practitioner took the best of Confucian teachings, the best of Taoist teachings, and the best of Buddhist teachings that were available at the time, and combined them into one lineage of practice. And subsequent members of this particular school of training, when they want to do their Confucian training, they go to Confucians. And when they want to do their Taoist training, they go to Taoists. And when they want to do their Buddhist training, they go to actual Buddhists. So they're not just sort of like taking what they want, if you know what I mean, and just sort of leaving it, sort of running with it without going back to the traditions where it came from. In fact, they go back to the places these things came from to train in those things and keep developing them, which I think is quite interesting and worth thinking about. You could think about this a bit, being a bit similar to, for example, in the modern era, quite a few Buddhists will study the traditional texts, but then they also study what cognitive psychologists are saying about meditation, like I've done. So they've taken the best of the knowledge systems that are available today, grabbed what they can out of them, and then tried to use this to make their practice the best it can be. And so Dragon Gate Taoism, I think, is sort of like a historical version of the same thing, where someone said, I'm going to try to grab the best of all of this stuff and put it in one package. And subsequent practitioners in the various lineages of Dragon Gate Taoism have gone on to train with great Chan practitioners, great Chinese Tantra practitioners, great Tibetan Tantric practitioners. And so there is a great deal of richness in the tradition. And for example, within a couple of generations of lineage, one of the great practitioners in the lineage that I'm in, for example, went to Tibet before the Chinese invasion and trained in Tantra in Tibet, right? So he's Taoist, but he has like the full Tantric instructions pre-1959 that are now part of how he thinks about doing his practice when he transmits his practices as a Taoist. And then more immediately, not my teacher, but his teacher before him had a Chan priest, a Chinese Zen priest as one of his teachers. And then my teacher here now trained in Chinese Tantra, and he trained also in Bon practice, which is kind of a syncretic shamanism, Tantra, and Buddhism blend from Tibet. So it has Buddhist Tantra, it has native Tibetan shamanistic practices, and it has just sort of standard Tibetan Buddhism in it. So he not only has he trained in his Taoist stuff, but he's also trained in Confucian stuff, and he's also trained with actual practitioners in Buddhist stuff, right? So it's kind of an interesting thing. For those of you who are interested in this kind of non-sectarian vibe, I don't know what to call it, there's a really interesting conference. Actually, I'll pull it up on the screen because I'm now fully technologically engaged here. Demo Mitchell Tantra Conference.
At the gym group, we've got loads of top quality equipment for the 10 eggs for breakfast group. From just $15.99 a month with no contract for the super savvy group. And of course, the jelly legs group.
So let me pull up this screen real quick.
There's the gym group.
Hopefully that didn't blast anyone's ears.
I wanted the word cuppa, as in cup of tea, I thought it would be great to mix with hug. When I saw the domain was available, I was like, I'm taking it, I'm trademarking it, I'm going with it.
Window capture.
Hi, I'm Aaron, I'm the owner of Cup of Pug. We are not a traditional cafe.
So
when I saw Cup of Pug go live,
there's a Taoist practitioner by the name of Damo Mitchell. and he was invited to, I believe it's Bhutan, sorry, for the 4th International Vajrayana Conference. So this is a bunch of uh, tantric practitioners getting together from all over the world, collecting themselves in Bhutan,
In
and
October of this year, I was
doing
invited to come across to the Kingdom of
doing
Bhutan
practice together,
to speak at the 4th
and
International
talking about
Vajrayana Conference.
their
that
practices
was
and
held
talking
there
about
in the capital
how to
city
do
of,
better
Thimphu.
tantric practice, right? And so Damo Mitchell,
So I
who's a
presented a
Taoist
talk
practitioner
on
and
the
a Western
nature
lay
of
practitioner
alchemy
who's quite well known. He has
to a
online
lot
courses. He
of,
does good stuff, according
practitioners
to
of
the guy that I
Vajrayana
train with here
Buddhism.
in Edinburgh.
And this is the presentation that
Damo Mitchell was invited there
I
to give a
gave,
talk
on
on
that day.
the
But the problem is we were going to
overlaps
share it
and
publicly,
differences
but the
between
sound
Taoist
quality was actually
Neidan, which
very, very
is
bad.
very similar
So what I've
to
done
Buddhist
is
Tantra in
I've
some
put
ways,
into this video
to talk about the
slides that
overlaps
I used
between
in that
those
presentation,
practices
and
and
I've
ways of
re-recorded
getting
the talk.
at some of
And it's actually,
these things
a
that you
little
do
bit
in
better because
Tantra,
it gives me a chance to
and
go
of
into
course
more
the Taoist
detail
ones,
because
right?
I'm not under time
So he was
pressures
comparing and
like I was at
contrasting,
the
at least from
conference.
where he's standing,
And also,
some of these practices.
I
In
can cut
particular,
out,
what's called
some of the
Tumo, or
jokes
inner
which had
fire
to be toned
practice,
down a little bit
and
because I was talking
Neidan,
to
which
an
is
audience
called
of,
inner
monks
alchemy
as
practice
opposed
in
to
Taoism.
people I usually
So
talk
this
to.
is a cool talk. You can look it up
So the aim of this
at
talk
your leisure and
is
watch it
not,
if you'd
fully
like.
to discuss the
So yeah,
similarities
there's actually
between
kind of a
Tumo
movement,
and
if
the
you
firing
will,
process
in
of Taoist Neidan, nor is it really to fully
there's kind of a
discuss
movement, if you
the
will, in the
differences either.
broader
It might sound like a strange
Buddhist and
start
Taoist
to a
world
talk
where
with
there
a
are
title such
people
as
that
this.
are starting to bring
But
these two things
really
together
what I want
because
to
they do,
is
I think, probably
discuss
have a historical
alchemy,
relationship
in
together,
detail, especially the firing process, the start,
and they have things in
of the
common,
Neidan process.
and
look at it in
I
the
think they have
context of
things
what
to
it
offer
does.
each other in terms
Now,
of practice. And
the reason I'm doing this, I'm looking at the alchemical process and the firing process
what is
in
this?
detail like this, is to allow the person listening to this talk to draw their own conclusions
All right,
as
learning
to
a
the
lot.
similarities or the differences
Okay.
between Tumo.
El
Now, the reason
Sutra
I'm doing this is
Kabbalistico,
because whilst I
the
have
Sutra of
actually I have a fairly good idea about
Kabbalah?
Tumo. I've seen different versions of it and tried different versions of it. I tried versions of Tumo.
Excellent.
but
Okay,
using
fair
a
enough.
very visualization
Yeah.
based
So, anyways,
method
there's
to
also on the
generate the
other
inner
side of
heat
that
the
coin,
system
there
is very
are
famous for.
Buddhist
And
practitioners
I've
who
also
do
practiced
some
more physical
Taoist
versions
stuff,
of Tumo,
and
using
I've talked to. Okay,
compressions
just so you
and
guys know,
specific ways
I
of
talk to a
breathing
lot of
and
people.
sometimes locks in the body,
As an academic,
various
I've come
other
in
methods.
contact
So
with a huge number of
I
different
know that Tumo
people
can take
doing a
many
bunch of different
forms.
things. And as a
But,
practitioner, because of the things that I've
what
done,
I
and
would like to do is talk
I've
about
just gotten to
Neidan, and
interact with a
perhaps
lot of practitioners
the
and talk
person
to
who is
them
familiar
about
with Tumo
stuff.
can start to maybe draw some parallels.
And according to some
for
practitioners that I've
themselves and
talked
maybe
to,
see
for
their own
example,
differences between
you
alchemy
you
and
you
Tumo.
see the same
So Tumo, as a practice,
the same
just to make
technology,
sure we're on
let's
the
call
same
it, being
page,
used, for
it's a
example,
practice
in
that
Hindu
sometimes in
Kundalini
modern times
practice
they talk about it
and
being for
Jain
inner heat,
Kundalini
and that's
practice
kind of what it's focused upon, as if
and
that's the most important thing.
and
You know, I've
Buddhist
even
Tumo
seen
practice.
contemporary
That these
writers or
are
teachers talk about Tumo
similar
as it's only to
technologies in
keep
terms of
people
working with
warm,
yourself.
because the Himalayan
Likewise,
areas are cold and things
Taoist
like this, and the idea is you
Neidan
build
is
this
using
heat
a similar
and sometimes
process
people take it
to
further and
work
say
with
that this
yourself.
heat that you build in
And
Tumo
each one has a slightly
is for
different
the body's
take
itself
on
and
the best sort of
physiological change, which
methods
is, partially
and
true.
how
But
to
actually,
kick
if we
off
look at the
this
kind of
process
deeper
that you're
meaning
trying to
of
kick off
Tumo,
so that you
which is
can
actually translated
access
as
subtler
kind of the
parts of
energy
your
a
being.
fierce woman, a sort of fierce, feminine
So
fire that blazes through the body is the idea, this inner heat process. Is that it's actually to burn
having
through,
said this,
blockages within the subtle
there's just
body,
there's
within
just
the
a
channel system within
I don't know.
tantric
I saw
methods,
something recently, for
to
example,
lead
where the Dalai
towards all
Lama
kinds of
was in
things.
India,
I mean, it's
and he
the
was
first
talking
of the
to a
6
group of
dharmas
people,
of
and he
Europa,
really
which
wanted to
are
get
a
together
set
with a
of 6
Jain
stages
community that
which
was
incrementally
nearby,
move someone
because
through
the
to
Jains were
subtler and
doing a
subtler
certain
levels
kind of Kundalini practice that's similar to what the Buddhists are
Some
doing with
teachers will say they're
Tumo,
fully
I believe.
sequential, the 6
And he
dharmas
wanted
of
to
Europa,
have
then I know
like a
other
sit down
teachers,
with them just to
actually
compare
in the Vajrayana
notes,
tradition will talk
because
about them being like a
how
cycle, a
incredible
wheel
is
that
it
all
that
must
you
be
have two
practiced together.
communities that have
But however
not
you view them,
interacted for a
linear or
long time in
circular,
terms of these practices,
it's easy
both
to see
doing
that
these
Tumo is the
practices?
most dense,
And
most
what does
physical,
one
most
community know that the
body-based,
other one doesn't?
level of
What
the
could we learn
practice
to
of
improve
these 6
ourselves,
dharmas or the
right?
6 yogas
So,
of Europa.
anyways,
Now,
I'm
the
going
reason
on a
that
bit
they
about this
start
because
with
I
a
think
physical body is
part of
the
me
idea is that the body must be
strives
prepared
and
for all of
desires to
the
bring together a lot of
spiritual
these
higher work that is to
fragmented
come
communities
afterwards,
so that we
using
can
the
benefit
channels and the
from
nadi systems. It also
the
incorporates
best
this
possible
idea of,
advice from all of
working
these these communities that are working with the same techniques and technologies up to a certain point in terms of internal transformation. Maybe they diverge at some point, but for most of us, that that point of divergence is pretty far away from where we are now. So it would behoove us to make use of the resources that are around in each place.
The subtler realms of
so for those who are just dropping in, I'll say it one more time because I'm super excited about it. We have been monetized. So these live streams are going to change just a little bit.
This is going to be the emphasis of what I'm doing. So now to give
people
an
who are
introduction
members,
to Nadan.
YouTube should feed me your comments first, so that I can answer your questions first. Also, when people send super chats through, it should feed me your comments first. And so if you'd like to have your questions pushed to the top, become a member or do a super chat. And I'll answer your question rather than just going in order. I'll answer your question ahead of where I am in the question and answer session. Okay? So that's one way you can contribute to keeping this going. And again, very much appreciated.
And different traditions.
Okay, I'm now to Soma 182. Are you a Mahayana Buddhist? I am.
The Dragon Gate sect or Chuanjen practice, rather than some of the more magical.
Yeah. So what I would say about this, I've said this on previous streams, is if you think no one can attain what the Buddha attained, what are we doing here?
So Nadan, like the
if you think that no one can gain the type of realization that the Buddha attained,
is really as a
we can all go home.
Into stages,
if you think
again,
other beings can attain the same realization the Buddha attained, then there's some reason to think that even if a text comes later in the historical record, for example, that there might be something there worth listening to.
These stages are, once again, they have denser stages.
Being earlier doesn't necessarily mean being better, if all of us can attain these realizations.
Subtle bodies.
And so taking a historical critical approach in a system that says all of us can do this doesn't actually make all that much sense.
Very much on the firing
do you understand what I'm
process,
saying?
Which even from the name, firing process.
Furthermore, the Buddha, there's just practically speaking, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do that's really sophisticated, well thought through to work with yourself, that's coming from the geniuses of every generation of Buddhists from the time of the Buddha up to now, who gained realizations in his systems, adding a little bit, refining something, creating new sort of ways of looking at the issue or getting at the experiences you're trying to get at to make them even more effective. Because we've gotten so far from the historical period in which the original teachings were being given. Like, wouldn't it, for example, if somebody had attained the same realizations or had made a lot of progress today and they were here sitting in the room with you, wouldn't you want to hear what their opinions are on how to do that, how to do this now, rather than just reading the text? Because I certainly would. So again, this is one of those things that I think is worth thinking about, that
obviously you can understand the underlying
if we can attain these realizations, there's no reason to reject later texts.
Historically, there has been sharing between the traditions. I mean, alchemy is known as a and sort of 8th century is when the first time we get writing.
Do you use Discord?
Alchemy, so
if you have a server, I'd love to join. I'm not doing Discord yet, but I have done some Discord. I know how to use it. I have a profile on Discord with the name Dr. Jared Jones, but I haven't done much with it yet.
So sometimes when people are trying to line up alchemy and Nadan and Tummo, or maybe even some Hindu practice or yoga practice, and they're trying to figure out,
when life gets tough and difficult,
they use the dates to decide this, but I don't really think you can do this.
Such as illness or poverty, Christians turn to God and pray to rely on God. What do Buddhists do in such times? That's a good question.
Definitely not. Also,
so, according to Buddhists,
books that have been destroyed in the past,
according to the Buddha himself, even in the Dhammapada, in one of the earliest texts we have on the sayings of the Buddha,
been, in my opinion,
the Buddha does actually say that
discuss things, and I wouldn't be surprised if these things were from a common
root.
But of course,
you're very welcome for answering. Thank you for the super chat.
Tradition or a different culture. It absorbs and takes on some
the Buddha says that worshipping him and his followers is amongst the most meritorious, karmically beneficial things you can do.
But
the Buddha also, even in the Pali
despite
Canon, says, for example, that in certain
a shared
cases,
link or a shared root, I also don't believe that people should
let me see, is
practice
that another super chat coming
multiple
in?
methods in order to get a hang of
Just
the
the
results,
same
really,
message.
because I
okay.
think that sometimes methods can clash.
Again, very
And to
welcome.
me, sometimes
Thank you
Tumo,
for the contributions.
especially
Glad to
some
have
of
you
the more
here.
physical-based methods of Tumo can be a little bit
Even in the Pali
stimulating.
Canon, it says, for
Obviously,
example, that
that's kind of the aim of it, right?
practitioners
If it's
could
sort of
pray
savage or
to
wild
the
feminine
four
fire, the name
directional
implies something a bit,
protectors, the
extreme,
four
doesn't
Dharma
it, or quite strong.
kings,
And then the
under
firing
certain
process,
conditions
or
to
sometimes
help
called the
them
burning
get through
process
certain
of
difficulties
alchemy,
you might be
is also a very
experiencing.
stimulating and strong process. And they're not
So
quite.
so there's quite
the
a
actual
quite a
mechanics and methodology,
sort of
the way
good
they develop these fires,
quite
is a
good
little different between the
indications that, well,
traditions.
also
So
think
therefore,
about the
if somebody is
Jataka
practicing
tales
both,
in
it
the
can actually be a
early
little bit too
tradition.
strong. So for
Jataka
that
tales are
reason,
the
what I'm
Buddha's
saying
past
is
life
that this
stories.
discussion is purely
There are just
intellectual and
innumerable
for
occasions
sake as
in
much as
his
anything.
past lives
But I would
where,
advise that if somebody has
he's
a very
training to become
effective
a
and
Buddha
efficient
eventually,
version of Tumo,
and
or
he's not
somebody
a
has
Buddha
very
yet,
efficient and
and he
effective version of
encounters
the
some
firing process
difficulty,
in Neidan,
and
then
one
or
of the
other is good enough.
gods
It is
comes
adequate,
down and
and
helps
it
him
is
do
probably
something.
safer to just do that one method.
So there are just tons
But I
and
will
tons
say
and tons of
that it's
stories in
quite
Buddhism
hard to
of
find
deities
authentic Tumo,
who
to be
are
perfectly honest, and it's also quite hard to find authentic inner alchemy.
excited,
And
let's
definitely the
say,
firing process
that the Buddha is
still a
on his
lot
way
more
to
hidden
enlightenment
than
and are
people
really
might
happy to help him out. And the
So
same
with
is
these
true
two
for us,
diagrams,
basically,
we can
according
see
to
the
Buddhism,
processes
that
that
if
I've
you're
been
on the
talking
path,
about.
if you're
On the
training,
left, you'll
if you're
see a
working
mural
towards the
from Lukang
goals,
Temple, which
that
shows
there are
various
beings who
stages of
are
the
beyond
six
the physical
yogas,
realm, the
of
ordinary
Naropa, the
physical
six
realm,
dharmas of Naropa.
who will benefit you and can help
Especially
you,
on the bottom
and some
left,
of them
if you
are
can see
also
closely on the
themselves
diagram,
students of the
you
Buddha.
have a guy practicing the inner heat
So
practice of Tumo.
it's there's fire
being
sometimes
generated
people will say, well, you're not
channel,
supposed to rely
for sure. And then on the top
on
of his head, you can see
worldly
something
gods or
escaping,
what
and that's
have
a
you
demonstration of the power
in Buddhism, right?
Practice about liberation.
They say this. They'll say this sort of thing.
Body. On the right, you can see a carving from
but the thing is,
White Cloud Temple, which is in Beijing.
There's a difference between saying,
is
I
a
take
chart
refuge
called
in
Aging
you,
2. It's very,
I will
very
take
famous
all of
amongst
your
alchemy
advice, you
practitioners.
have
I've
the
done a
perfect
couple of
path to
lengthier
get out of this
talks,
problem.
on this
There's a
chart
difference between
in the
that
past,
and
so
like
it's
calling a
important.
good
It's
friend to
dated
help you move your
1886,
couch,
although
right?
that's when the carving was put onto the wall in White Cloud Temple. There's a
Like some
history
people
to the
around
start
you,
of this
even just
diagram
normal
was
people, can help
copied
you
by
do stuff
alchemical
that you need to do,
practitioners, copied out by
or they can help
hand.
you get through a
So
tough
obviously it was
time.
a scroll
And that
or
doesn't mean
paper
you're
version
relying
for a
on
long
them for
time
the truth
until
of
eventually
reality
it was carved
forever.
onto the wall in the White Cloud Temple.
It's just you're saying, hey, you
So,
know what?
in a
I have
similar
a
way,
connection
both
with
of
you.
these,
Can you come over here and help me
murals
out because
or
something
carving
difficult is
in the
happening?
case of the one on the right,
And so
from
there are
the temple
according
wall,
to the Buddha,
are
there are
showing,
deities, there are beings.
processes that the body will go through, starting with a very dense, shall we say, physical manifest body
There are
level
beings
practice,
who
going through
can
to
help
something
you.
more ethereal,
They can
something more subtle,
actually
through to the channel
make
system,
things
through,
easier for you on the
work
path.
directly,
As long as
with
you
the
have
elevation
connections
of
with them,
consciousness.
they're
Okay, so they
like
have this
good
kind of
friends,
gradation
right?
from dense through to subtle,
They're just like
which
good
is especially
good
easy to
friends you
see on
might
the right
invite
on
to
the
help
White
you
Cloud
over get through
Temple
something
diagram
tough.
in Aging 2,
In
where
addition to
you
that, there are
practice chart,
what are called
because it's
celestial
actually getting more
Buddhas,
subtle as it
celestial
goes up
bodhisattvas,
the
according to the
diagram towards
Mahayana.
the top. So the bottom of the chart is the most dense,
Your
which also represents
laptop's
where we work
video
in the
audio is
body,
bleeding
very
through.
low
You
down
need to
in the
keep
body
up
when we're developing
with the chat in
this
real time to
heat or
adapt to our
cultivating the
feedback.
chi, and then it becomes more subtle as it moves up
Okay,
through
hold
this
on.
diagram that's depicting the body much like a mountain top or cliff face.
At Hyperoptic, we do full fiber broadband, so you can
How is that?
win
Is
that,
that better audio again?
boss that, try that, or stream that. Do it all with confidence.
I'm just
Do
checking.
life with broadband
So I
that's in
have
your
another
corner.
device
Check
here where I can see the
hyperoptic.com for
bottom of the
availability and
chat
terms.
because I'm
So with regards
my
to
other
Tumo versus
thing here.
firing
I
process,
stay with the chat where I
already
am.
said I wouldn't draw.
So is the
a lot
audio
of
better again?
Comparisons myself, but I do want to draw upon two, I would say, major factors for the alchemical process for Neidan that I would say actually differs it quite greatly from a lot of the Tumo
How are we doing?
practices. So the first of these is that it's not religious. So if you're not familiar with Tumo, these days you get many contemporary versions of it, including sort of very simplified.
How about now? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I wish someone would have told me. That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's actually supposed to be muted. Sorry, you guys. So on my previous system, I had everything perfectly refined. I got a new laptop, and now all of the little tiny things that I fixed so that this sort of stuff would never happen is now not the way I used to have it. So there's gonna be a few bumps in the road as I get the whole system back up to speed here. Okay. Carrying on with questions. Yep, there are celestial Buddhas, celestial Bodhisattvas, deities who are friends of the Dharma that you can rely upon to benefit you as you train in and on the path. Okay. Chat, let me know for sure that there's no more interference. It's okay now? Okay, good. Okay, next question. I will request in the chat, if you have a question, put a question mark at the end, because there's chatter between people in the chat. So put me and put at Jared Jones and put a question mark so that when I'm going through the chat, I can just quickly scan rather than having to read every comment, and that'll help me get through and get to your questions more quickly. Okay, yeah, that's actually Faizan, if you're still online and still awake. Listen, that question, if someone posed a life-threatening danger to a person on the path to enlightenment, would physically stopping them in self-defense be okay as long as there's no harmful intent? This is actually one of the most profound questions in Buddhist ethics, hands down. There is there's basically a debate, you could say, between the Theravada and Mahayana on this issue, because according to the Mahayana vows that you take if you become a bodhisattva, if you take the vows of a bodhisattva and you're aiming at enlightenment, one of the vows that you take is that you will do unethical things if required, even if it causes negative karma, even if you have to do it with a bad intent, in order to stop beings from engaging in harm from time to time. Again, this is a huge subject. We could talk about it at some length, but just to give you an example, the classic example is the Buddha in one of his previous lives was a boat captain, and there was a bunch of passengers on a particular ship that he was driving, and he discovered that one of the passengers was a thief and a murderer and was going to kill all the other passengers and then abscond with their wealth and belongings. And so he had to make the decision, am I going to just let that happen, or am I going to kill this guy? And those were the options he had at the time, was either basically I'm going to do nothing, or I'm going to kill him. And out of compassion, because even at this time he was a great bodhisattva, not out of hatred, not out of anger, not out of malice, but because he knew that this thief would suffer eons in the hell realms if he succeeded, the Buddha, as a bodhisattva, decided, I'm going to kill this being. Now, in the course of killing this being, of course, he saved 500 people. But as the story goes, after he died in that life, the Buddha spent a very short period in one of the hell realms, because killing by nature leads to suffering rebirths, even if it has good intent. And nonetheless, he decided he was going to do this anyway. But because he did this with full knowledge that, yes, this is going to cause suffering for me, but I have to do it to stop this thief from suffering, and I have to do it to stop these 500 people from suffering, I'm still going to do it, right? And even in that case, he did it with compassion for both the thief and those people. So he was doing it basically under the best possible conditions, and nonetheless, he still had to experience the suffering result of the karma. So this is a burden that you take on if you take bodhisattva vows, that from time to time, if you have to do harmful negative actions, knowing full well that you'll suffer the consequences, if it's of great benefit to other beings that you do it that way, you do it anyway. Even if you can't muster the right kind of motivation, you still do it that way. And I think this is a really important ethical principle just in general in terms of human ethics, you know. And as lay people in real life, you're going to have to do this kind of algebra in your life, this moral kind of algebra anyway. You're going to face situations where you have to decide, am I going to let something extremely bad happen to other people, or am I just going to let it go because I don't want to have to deal with the fallout of addressing this? And as a bodhisattva, you take a vow to deal with the consequences, right? To face up to the difficult thing you have to do that you don't want to do, that's going to cause you pain and suffering and potentially someone else pain and suffering, to avoid a much greater set of pain and suffering for others. This is a vow that you take. So maybe that helps. If you were only taking pratimoksha vows, then ahimsa is the primary quality, and you would just avoid causing harm to others, right? But as a bodhisattva, sometimes you have to do more. Okay, Dzogchen is a school of Tibetan Buddhism. I'm now on Soma. Dzogchen is a practice. Dzogchen is a type of practice within a school of Tibetan Buddhism. So the school that mainly practices Dzogchen is Nyingma, the Nyingma school. And they claim, as far as I understand, that it basically goes all the way back to the Buddha. But all of these schools claim that the primary practices they do go all the way back to the Buddha. In fact, Dzogchen claims for itself as a practice, I believe, an even longer history than the current Buddha. But that's that's another subject. Okay, Agape Engineer. Okay, that's inter-chat commentary. Let's see. Sutta Central. Yeah, Sutta Central is good. Even better than Sutta Central, Access to Insight. Access to Insight is very good. And they have another website that they launched on the back of Access to Insight called, I think it's Dhamma Talks, either .net or .org. Very, very, very good translations there. I like Sutta Central, though, because even though some of the translations aren't as good, there's more stuff in that archive that they have, and that's quite useful. If you were interested in reading Mahayana materials, Mahayana sutras, I'll repost this soon, but I have a master list of links that take you to all sorts of resources. If you want to read the Vinayas from the different canons, if you want to read the sutras or agamas or Kangyo or Tengyur, all of the different recensions and versions of the various canons. There are translations of most of this material, or a lot of it. If you want to read the quite a bit of the commentary from all over the canon, there's just a huge amount of material that's out there. If you want to study ancient Sanskrit, ancient Chinese, Pali, Tibetan, the languages in which these materials are written and stored currently, there are resources to study those languages out there. So I have all those links collected in one place. They were posted on my Facebook page, I think last time about a year ago. I'm due to post them again, so I'll probably pop those on the community part of this page for those who are interested, this YouTube page. What exactly does Nagarjuna argue? I'm not laughing at you. That is just a huge question. I would need to talk for the next 2 years to to tell you what exactly Nagarjuna argued in its diversity. The breadth, the areas of interest that he covered are vast. In terms of the argument that he's making, sending some euro through. Thank you so much. I don't see a super chat attached to it, but thank you so much for the contribution. So Nagarjuna's main argument is that there's, oh, by the way, those who don't know, we are monetized now. You can do super chats. I have 4 different tiers of membership if you'd like to do a recurring membership. The entry level is very, very reasonable. It's just a couple of bucks. And if like half my subscribers were to do the lowest one, we would be completely funded as an operation. And I would basically not have to talk about any of the money side of this ever again. We could just carry on and do our thing, So yeah, those of you who want to get into the membership options are there. And there are 2 in these lives now. I'm going to start answering 2 groups of people first, because the chat gets very long, as you know. I'm going to answer members first, and I'm going to answer super chats first. So if you want to jump to the front of the line, become a member, or do a super chat. All right? All right, Nagarjuna. So Nagarjuna is arguing. You ready for this? This is pretty wild. Nagarjuna systematically goes through the positions of his Buddhist colleagues mostly, and argues that none of those solutions they've provided in terms of the fact of how things exist, none of the solutions that they provided can work in any major area of Buddhist thought. And the major text that he wrote on this or composed on this is a long-form challenge to every single ontological fact that the Buddhist schools of the time took to be true. And he, in providing that information, he explains all of the Prajnaparamita literature. The perfection of wisdom literature, let me pull it up so you guys get a sense of what we're talking about here. I promise not to put on another YouTube video in the background. Prajna Paramita Sutra, 84,000. Brilliant. Let me get this pulled up for you all. I'm so happy that I can do this now without my computer crashing. This is brilliant. Nice. Okay. Okay. So are we able to see this or not? Yeah? Okay. So just for reference, right? This is a translation of a Sanskrit text, and the main topic of this text is interdependence and emptiness of inherent existence. And this text, which is the perfection of wisdom in 100,000 lines, has 100,000 lines of text. So here's the Sanskrit title, here's the Tibetan title. So when you actually look at the translation, this text has 100,000 lines talking about the emptiness of inherent existence. And this is just one of the sutras on the emptiness of inherent existence and dependent arising. And the Prajnaparamita Sutras, before the chat goes crazy and says, oh, well, the Pali Canon doesn't have this, blah, blah, blah. First of all, the oldest sutra in the world, the very oldest sutra in the world, is a Prajnaparamita Sutra. The oldest sutra we have in the historical record is a Prajnaparamita Sutra. So before you throw this out the window, because you want to stick only with the oldest material, Prajnaparamita literature is the oldest material in the historical record, period. We have nothing earlier than this. You're welcome. So, Nagarjuna, in arguing his thesis, right? Nagarjuna, in arguing his thesis, explains this massive body of literature that more or less didn't have an explanation that was cogent and held together prior to the time of Nagarjuna. So he did something absolutely revolutionary in terms of Buddhist history. Now, of course, his explanation is that his understanding of this was coming from the Buddha through a source that modern scholars would not accept. The reason he's called Naga Arjuna, right? Nagarjuna, is, I can't remember the Arjuna part. It means archer, but I can't remember why. Oh yeah, because he shoots true. His aim is true in terms of finding the truth. And then Naga is a type of realm of rebirth, and the Nagas, according to Nagarjuna, held some texts from the Buddha, and that's where he got this information. So he got these texts from the Nagas, and then he revealed this information on how to interpret all of this like giant body of literature that up to that time we really hadn't talked that much about as Buddhists. So putting that in perspective, what he did for Buddhism, you really can't understate it. And even according to Western philosophers, he is amongst the greatest philosophical minds that has ever existed on the planet. He's like the Aristotle or the Plato of Indian Buddhist philosophers. Okay, so we've said that much. So what did he argue? Put simply, he argued that to explain cause and effect, for example, you have to include a designating mind, or you can't get either a cause or an effect. You can't find a cause and effect unless you include in your analysis the mind that's imputing the cause and the mind that's imputing the effect. How do you know? Let's get into it. Think about a seed and a sprout. All right? Think about a seed and a sprout. Now imagine that I took 100,000 photographs. Over here is a sprout, and over here is like definitely a seed. Okay, and everyone agrees, seed over here, sprout over here. You with me? So I'll put my little sprout hand over here. So I've got my seed and my sprout. All right. If we brought in the world's greatest minds in agriculture, biology, who else is important in this area? I don't know, right? The greatest minds in terms of understanding what seeds are and what sprouts are in the world. If we had 100,000 photographs of a seed becoming a sprout, none of them could agree which slide is the one where the seed stops and the next one the sprout begins. Isn't that weird? Isn't it weird if the seed causes the sprout that you can't tell where that happened? Because the seed is absolutely obvious to you, isn't it? It's not hidden that it's a seed. You look at it and immediately you go, oh, that's a seed. And it's not hidden from you that it's a sprout. It's obvious. Immediately you see it and you go, that's a sprout. Everyone knows that. But as soon as you try to figure out where one of them becomes the other one, it becomes clear that there actually isn't a particular moment in reality where one turns into the other one. So where did the sprout come from? So just looking at the bottom of the chat, I do answer questions in order, except now that we're monetized, if you are a member, I'll answer your question first, no matter where we are in the order of chat. And if you do a super chat, I'll answer your question first, no matter where we are in the order of chat. So if you'd like to get bumped to the front of the line, you know what to do. Okay. So how do you get the sprout out of the seed if there's no place in the continuum of seed and sprout where the where the seed goes away and the sprout begins. So how does this happen? Nagarjuna says at some point your mind designates that one's the last seed and that one's now the sprout. And when your mind imputes, bang, now that is causality. We now have a cause and we now have an effect. Prior to that, you have no specific moment where one of them becomes the other one. You have no specific moment the seed goes out of existence and no specific moment where the sprout comes into existence. And so to explain causality, which is the thing that brings new things into existence, you have to have a designating consciousness. So if you apply this way of thinking to the entire Buddhist path, then you end up with Prajnaparamita literature. And if you apply this way of thinking to all of reality, while keeping in mind that you have a cognitive error that sees reality existing the opposite way, then you end up with, in my view, all of this Prajnaparamita literature. This literature makes perfect sense and is not mystical, is not saying that nothing exists, etc., etc., etc. If you read it with this in mind, it's actually perfectly logical. Everything that's being said in these texts is exactly how it is, right? But if you're looking at things from the point of view of your ignorance that thinks it's the opposite way, then it sounds like these texts are absolute nonsense. What do you mean things don't exist, but they also do exist? Or no, sorry. What do you mean they don't exist? They don't not exist, but they don't exist, but they don't both not exist and exist, and they don't neither exist nor not exist? What do you mean that X and not X, both X and not X, and neither X and non-X, that none of these possibilities are how things exist? How is it possible? Well, because you have a cognitive error that sees both existent and non-existent things in a way that they don't occur ever. So we're trying to correct that cognitive error by applying, you ready for this? A middle way that isn't existence and in the way that you see it normally, mistakenly, and isn't non-existence in the way you see it normally, mistakenly. There's a third option, a middle way that isn't these two options, and we call it dependent arising. Welcome back to dependent arising. And the most important part of dependent arising, according to Nagarjuna, the piece that's missing from the earlier analysis of dependent arising prior to his time, is dependent designation. This is a term that you find in his literature that is then taken up by all the commentators that come from the time of Nagarjuna. So in brief, that's what he's arguing, and that's why he's important. And yeah, that's that. Okay. Next up. Will meditating dissolve my body contractions over time? Contractions. Bell, if you would so kindly put a new comment in the bottom of the chat and I'll keep my eye on it, because I don't know what you mean by body contractions. Okay, I'm on now. Ramon Lutz, what do you think of Theravada Buddhism? I've said this in many streams, but the Mahayana includes the Theravada. You have to accomplish the Theravada to then enter into non-abiding nirvana, to then carry on climbing the ladder up to Buddhahood. So Mahayana includes all of the training up to nirvana, and then rather than entering into an abiding state of nirvana, you enter into what we call non-abiding nirvana by cultivating compassion. That compassion stops you from staying in the nature of your own consciousness after death in a perfectly, let's call it a perfectly blissful, peaceful state that's great for you, but of no benefit to other beings. And so the compassion drives you back up out of this state so that you can carry on working on attaining enlightenment. However, you haven't given up nirvana. You're in nirvana. You've destroyed the causes of suffering. So you're in non-abiding nirvana. You're in an, let's call it an awake state of nirvana. You're up, you're awake, you're walking around, you're doing stuff, but the causes of suffering have been destroyed. And since you can get up and walk around and carry on doing stuff, to put it in sort of basic terms, you can carry on doing more work that gives you more skill, more ability to benefit other beings. And we call that path of greater and greater and greater ability to benefit other beings the Bodhisattva path. And we call the perfection of your character and your methods and your ability to benefit others Buddhahood, full awakening. Yeah, so I have an extremely high opinion of the Theravada, because it's like 70% of the Mahayana, and the rest of the Mahayana is like 30% of stuff that you do after you attain nirvana, or whatever, 60-40, I don't know. Okay. When the sutras talk about mind, what do they mean? The thing about this term mind or consciousness is that there's a bunch of different words in the Pali, in my understanding, and quite often they're referring to different stuff. So there's no one answer to that. It depends on the context, and this is why you have to study these things with someone else. If you'd like a bit of entertainment, go read the comment section under some of the videos, where there are I think probably people with a little bit of training in theology and Abrahamic thinking, trying to attack these ideas using the suttas and the sutras, but they try to attack them without knowing what these words mean in each specific context, and therefore the arguments they're making can't actually work, right? They can't make sense because they don't know what the words mean. They think they just mean some sort of common sense idea of, well, consciousness. Oh, okay. Well, if consciousness is one of the 12 links, then that means you don't have ignorance for a period of time, because consciousness is coming before the ignorance or after the ignorance or blah, 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 blah. But we're not, that consciousness on the 12 links is not the one we're talking about when we're talking about the basal consciousness that moves from lifetime to lifetime. Those are two different things. Anyways. So you've just got to pay attention to context and study these texts with someone who knows what the text means when they use various terms. Okay, I think that's inter-chat commentary. Could Zen be understood as a direct recognition of what is present? Why is it doing that? All right. Could Zen be understood as a direct recognition of what is present prior to the mind's habit of imputation and conceptual construction? Honestly, I don't know, Gong Show. I'm not 100% sure. And the reason is that I think it depends on the teacher and the school, and I think it also might depend on the teacher, and it might also depend on the student. And there's some reason to think that even in the absence of concept, even in the absence of the ordinary process of constructing things with concept, that your perception has flaws in it, which is why I actually describe the problem we have as Buddhists and everyone else, right, as a cognitive error, not a conceptual error. It's not that you believe the wrong stuff or you think the wrong stuff, although you do, according to Buddhism. The fundamental problem isn't that, because if it was that, as soon as you died and all of your conceptual minds and beliefs dissolved, you'd be liberated. But instead of this, also to go back to a point that was made many, many days ago now, Buddhism's not reacting against Hinduism because, a chicken has ignorance, a lizard has ignorance, a beetle has ignorance, and they've not been influenced by Vedic philosophy at all, not even a little bit, right? And the amount of concepts they're using is extremely limited. So this isn't a problem of words and philosophy and having the wrong concepts. It's a perceptual problem. There's a problem with your perception, and there's a problem with your cognition. So the way that you know things and the way that you see things, the way that you hear things, smell things, taste things, touch things, has an error in it. And therefore, even if you do just sitting, for example, and you just sit and gain access to pre-conceptual experience of the world, that still already from the first instance has ignorance baked into the appearance. So just abiding in that appearance doesn't fix the problem. It is something you need to do, but I can't see personally how it would fix the problem because you haven't addressed ignorance. And by the way, there are plenty of Hindu schools and other schools of stuff where they do really profound states of concentration on consciousness and other things. So simply abiding on consciousness doesn't liberate you. The Buddha was very, very clear about this. So I think it depends on the school, on the teacher, maybe even on the student. But I'm not convinced that simply abiding in a non-conceptual state will fix your problem for the reasons I just mentioned. Okay, Agape Engineer, inter-chat commentary. Are there any Dragon Gate schools in the US? Yes, there definitely are. I'm now on Vixen Doe's question. What is his name? No, it's not Nathan Bryan. What's his name? Come on. Look up. Where am I going to put this? I'll put it in the chat. Look up the Bengali Fellowship. I just put it in the chat. Fellowship multiplier. What the hell is that? What is that? What did YouTube do? Anyways, it's called the Bengali Fellowship. There's a group of Western accomplished Taoist Western practitioners that have come together globally, and I believe they're trying to base themselves somewhere in North America and teach things that people living in the real world can actually do. So if you're interested in those practices, Ian Burgess, who's my teacher here in Edinburgh for these things, is associated with the Bengali Fellowship and has been helping them develop their program. Ooh, a member is talking. Faizan, welcome to the stream. We have a stream enterer. You guys have no idea what a kick I get out of the fact that I named my membership tiers after states of realization in Buddhism. I really get a kick out of it. Okay. Okay, the great Thiezen. I'm looking to convert to Buddhism, yet I don't know how to accept all of the supernatural elements due to leaving my old religion. I can understand concepts like rebirth and karma, but I want to know more. Yeah, of course. What would I recommend? I would recommend take all the stuff that you don't understand and put it on the back burner. Don't say yes. Don't say no. You don't have to accept it, but also don't reject it. Just put it on the back burner and do some practice. Find a real lineage that is a complete lineage, not with due respect, because I don't dislike secular Buddhism. I don't think it's terrible, but it's not a complete lineage of practice. So find a complete lineage of Buddhist practice of any kind taught by someone who's actually accomplished in those practices. If you want help finding one, send me a message through Facebook and I will help you find one in your area or find you one that's teaching online. And just train for a while, study for a while, talk to other practitioners in the lineage, or talk to me. And over the next 5 years, 10 years of just doing practice and studying, slowly you'll hear things, you'll see things, you'll experience things, you'll reason your way through stuff, and some of the stuff that sounded nuts in the beginning will start to sound like common sense. Like, how crazy does it sound? Please tell me in the chat, all right? Oh, I'm having so much fun with these membership tiers. So tell me in the chat, how crazy does it sound if I say something like, when you meditate on visual consciousness, there's the objects being seen are what is seeing. And the thing that's seeing is the objects being seen. And there's no me in between. I mean, it sounds absolutely insane, doesn't it? It just sounds like the ramblings of somebody who's had too much to drink or something. But that's actually how it is. And that's what the experience is like. And it doesn't make any sense, really. I mean, you can kind of talk it through, and I have ways of talking it through, but it doesn't make much sense until you have some experience in meditation. So as you gain more experience in meditation, you're just going to know, you're going to be able to sort of verify more about this stuff because you've had experiences. Does that make sense? I hope it does. So Vixen, Buddhism is definitely a religion, and it has views, and it has all of the elements one would hope for and wish for in a religion. Like an afterlife and an explanation for the existence of everything, and an explanation of what the purpose of life is and what it's not, and destinations for you that are permanent after death, explanations for the ultimate meaning of the universe. It has an ethical system that extends beyond this lifetime. It has leaders who are, we've got another stream enter. Look at this. You know, when the Buddha used to give teachings, at the end of a lot of sutras, it says, and then 1,000 people became stream enterers. And 500 became once returners, and 200 became non-returners, and 4 of them attained nirvana right on the spot. And look at this. As we sit here talking, we have two non-returners already. I'm sorry, we have 2 stream enterers already. I hope this is as funny to some of you as it is to me. All right. So all of that being said, Christians can study the methods provided in Buddhism that improve your character, improve your mind, improve your ability to make your prayer or your own process of making yourself more like Jesus, more like the character of the Savior, right? There are practices in Buddhism that can be pulled out of Buddhism and be used by any human being that has a relatively normal mind. So Buddhism definitely is a religion, but that doesn't mean that everything in it is married to Buddhism, so to speak. There are things that you can take out. Okay, Destroyer of Death. Destroyer of Death. I didn't know Yamantaka was in the stream. Why didn't you tell me? Is Geshe Kelsang Gyatso a valid teacher of Buddhism? So this is a bit of a complicated question because according to Gelug authorities, because he is more or less breaking away from the Gelug system and establishing his own system, this creates some problems of authority. That being said, the Gelug people that I've talked to that know Gelug teachings say the problem isn't with his basic teachings, it's with what he's doing in Tantra. And so some of the books that are provided by the New Kadampa tradition and by Geshe Kelsang Gyatso are quite good in terms of regular sutra level Dharma teachings. So that's what I would say about that. I would say that from what I've seen and heard from my friend who left the New Kadampa and has been helping other people leave New Kadampa for a long time, is that quite a few people have been harmed by the organization. So even if the teachings in the organization are pretty good, since you can get those teachings elsewhere without that risk, I think it's better to go elsewhere, personally. Okay, agape. Yeah, I have one student who's quite serious, who's Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, as I mentioned, and he's had some very profound experiences using my techniques to enhance his Orthodox practice. So the great Thiesenberger, you you can't really just say you're Buddhist, and this is going to upset a lot of people, but Buddhism actually has sort of like criteria for what makes you Buddhist or not Buddhist. uh, so to be a Buddhist, the definition of a Buddhist is someone who has refuge in the three jewels, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Refuge has a specific meaning. The Buddha has a specific meaning. The Dharma has a specific meaning, and the Sangha has a specific meaning. And so if you don't have trust in each one of those, and if you don't have a commitment to rely upon each one of those, rather than relying on other sources of information as the ultimate authority for the questions related to training your mind for, basically forever to attain these ultimate results like nirvana, right? If you don't do that, then you don't have refuge in these sources and you're not a Buddhist. And there are some pretty funny stories actually from Tibet, for example. I think Padmasambhava actually in one of these stories was I think it was Padmasambhava, was interacting with the head of a monastery. So he's talking to an ordained monk, right? And he's talking to the head of an actual monastery, and he's talking to this abbot and blah blah blah. And then he gets done talking to him, and he turns to somebody else, and he goes, and he's laughing. And this person goes, "What are you laughing about?" And he goes, "The abbot's not a Buddhist." So it's important to know what makes you a Buddhist and what makes you not a Buddhist. Okay. The way is there for anyone to follow. There is no initiation into the way. There is an initiation into the way. Mute the video. Yep, sorry about that. Am I Buddhist? I am. Okay, so Kundalini, William White. Yes, so the Taoists who have Kundalini style practices, the Hindus, the Buddhists, everyone who has some type of system where you store what I call sub-physical substances, these substances that are associated with your mind and not seemingly, at least according to modern research, that there's no physical substances that you're doing this with. But they're very much there in terms of tactile experience. So these substances that you're storing in the abdomen and then causing to rise up the spine or through the central channel of the body that are sort of detonating inside of your skull, blah, 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 can really screw you up. You can bake your nervous system and never be the same and ruin your life. So that's why these teachings are secret, not because they're trying to gatekeep them or make you pay more money to get them or because they're just stupid and traditional, but because people historically have gotten really, really badly hurt doing these practices. And so under those kinds of conditions, you want to make sure that whoever you're giving those teachings to are ready for those teachings and prepared, and that you can get them into a circumstance where you're going to be able to give them good advice, and they're not going to be damaged by it. They're going to be benefited by it. So absolutely very much worth it to not do tantric empowerments and not pursue those practices until you've been studying and training in one system for a long time. In fact, in the Gelug tradition, in my tradition, they recommend that you spend 20 years training and practicing in a conventional sense, learning the system, gaining realizations in the system before you take tantric empowerment. And again, this is not because they're just trying to gatekeep it or something. It's because, first of all, Tantra relies upon your ability to actually generate the realizations that power the system that is Tantra. If you don't have any realizations of the path, then you're playing dress up in your head. And actually, those dress up games in your head have the chance of also really screwing you up. So, it's technology that only works if you have the battery to put in the flashlight, so to speak. Yes. So subscriber Faizan. Okay. So I see you now, Faizan. I recently got into Buddhism and I find it really interesting. Is there a specific YouTube video or resource you'd recommend for a complete beginner that gives you a good overall introduction? That is a good question. No. What I would recommend is find either somewhere near you or find a group that is like a proper group for study and training that meets online. Like, I'm studying in London, even though I live in Edinburgh. My main teacher for Buddhism at the moment is in London, and they teach remote classes online. And so I'm studying with them remotely. Okay. Oh goodness, lots from Jizong Hang at the moment. Does Buddhism no self-logic risk invalidating authentic lived experience of human suffering? No, it does not. Because you have a self. What you're correcting with the no self approach is your mistaken idea of how you exist, not the fact that you exist. You do exist. You have a self. And that self is suffering in reality because you're a dependent arising. And your suffering is also a dependent arising. So those are real things. Oh, I see now. Okay. Yeah, so if you do a super chat, put the question in the super chat. You can't just put 17 questions in the regular chat and then put one super chat through and have me answer all your questions ahead of the line. So whatever question you want me to answer, put it in as a super chat. Okay, next question. Is the pursuit of nirvana an act of system optimization or a form of surrender that abandons the physical world? Neither. Are cognitive interventions still valid in the age of advanced technology? Cognitive interventions. I'm not sure what that means. Why does the systemic suffering persist despite our massive production power? I don't know what that means either. The causes of suffering are not external, so the fact that we can produce a lot more stuff doesn't fix suffering. Isn't physical intervention more effective than religious rationalization? Yeah, if all you were doing was rationalizing suffering, then you wouldn't be fixing the problem of suffering. So this isn't about conceptually rationalizing your suffering. This is about cognitively retraining your mind so that the cause of suffering, which is coming from the mind, is removed. Right? If you were just trying to think yourself to happiness or something, that wouldn't work. This is not the power of positive thinking. Is inward-looking liberation effective or merely a cognitive painkiller? It's effective. Do these interventions mask systemic failures rather than fixing them? No, they fix them. Okay, next. Okay. I actually dealt a little bit with Spinoza in my PhD thesis. Spinoza's view is similar, but is not prasangika, and therefore I rejected it. Doesn't mean that it's not worth studying. Okay. That's all religious worship, not my path. I don't worship Tantra, outsourcing, and creating tulpas. Not sure what that means. Tantra is about Tantra is about exercising your mind using extremely sophisticated systems of symbolism and then working with the subtlest parts that make you up to enhance your process of training in ways that you couldn't enhance it if you didn't access the subtlest parts that make you up as a being. So it is, without a doubt, the most sophisticated, the most powerful, the most incredible way of working with yourself as a cultivator, as a person in training that exists on this planet. I mean, it is hands down the most incredible thing I have ever seen human beings come up with in terms of working with themselves. Of course, Tantra also includes this, I hesitate to say without scaring everyone away, but includes the fact that human beings are not the only type of beings in existence. So, yeah, just like asking a friend if they can come over and help you move your couch around, there are other types of beings around. And if you ask them for help as a tantric practitioner holding tantric vows and bodhisattva vows, they will help you. And I know of practitioners who have done those practices and have had experiences that are really, really weird if it's just them. If it's not just them, we can explain it. If it is just them, again, very, very weird things happening there that are not just psychological things. And I'm not going to go into detail on that, but again, I've said it once, I'll say it before. I have pretty good reasons to think that the cosmology described by Buddhism, while it might not be an absolutely complete, all-encompassing, every single detail is exactly how every single thing works beyond us, but that there are general categories of stuff and that much of what's going on beyond us fits into those categories, including things like beings in the higher realms and great bodhisattvas and Buddhas. Okay. Not monastic. Okay, I think that's inter-chat commentary. Oh, yeah. Okay. Soma, are you a Mahayana Buddhist? I am. What are my thoughts on Dzogchen practice? It's fantastic. At some point, I'm going to put up a commentary on a number of documentaries, one of which is about Dzogchen, at least in part. And Dzogchen practice is, to some measure, it's similar to Zen and Chan, Quan, Thian, so sort of that whole dhyana continuum of practices. What distinguishes it from those practices is that Dzogchen is aiming to generate what in the Geluk we call clear light mind. So it's aiming to generate the subtlest type of mind that exists, and then to abide in that mind in a state of non-doing. This is my layman's understanding because I haven't studied Dzogchen at great depth, but that's actually different than simply doing just sitting and abiding in the nature of mental consciousness at the level of, let's say, your human mind. Because this basal level of consciousness comes before the arising of what we would call this structure of the human mind. So it's in the same family of practices as just sitting and so forth. And when you do those practices really hardcore, in one of the documentaries I put up recently, they showed the box sitting practice, right? Where they were sitting in a box and they would do whatever it is, something like 18 hours a day. But even when they weren't practicing, they would have to remain in this little square. And you sit there and you do like 18 or 20 hours of practice a day doing Dzogchen for, I don't know, 3 years, 3 months, 3 days, something like that. 3 weeks, 3 days. And this is, according to the tradition, the sort of minimum amount of time that's required to gain significant accomplishment in that practice. So, really fantastic practice if you have the time. And then I think there are elements of that practice you can do if you don't have the time to do that retreat. There are ways of getting into it and getting started in it, but I don't know that you can access the subtlest aspects of your being without really intense retreat. Okay. Luis Pinero says, are we forced to incarnate? Yes, we are. Because of past karma, we carry on and take on new rebirths, according to Buddhism. Okay. Matez Abo. Good to see you, Dr. Jones. My question for this evening, could you please tell us about the invocation of protector deities? How does it work and how should it be done correctly? Okay. Oh. I see things happening in the chat. Magical things at the bottom of the chat. Okay, so Adam, kindly and respectfully, I will remind you, if I may, this is a live Q&A about Buddhist topics. So if you're interested in asking questions about Buddhism, even if they're challenging questions, I will answer them. But if you're here to simply suggest that people go to study another religion, that's not what this live stream is about. So I'm happy to have you here. I'm happy to answer your questions, even if they're difficult questions, even if they're challenging or adversarial questions. But if you continue basically telling people that they need to just go study something else and so on and so forth, I'm gonna put you on mute. Okay, just letting you know. Okay. Protector deities. So protector deities are kind of a big deal in tantric practice. I don't know how big of a deal they are if you're not doing tantric practice. There's this idea that if you start doing tantra, that beings who don't want you to succeed in your practice will turn up and start screwing things up, or will turn up and start making things really, really, really good so that you get distracted and don't do your practice. And so therefore you have deities who are themselves Buddhist practitioners who have made vows to assist to assist practitioners who are doing certain types of tantra, or who are doing practice in certain lineages of tantra. And so when you get initiated into those lineages, those deities begin to protect you and help ensure that the various types of beings who would try to harm you and stop you from completing your practices won't be successful in doing that. I'll tell you one short story about this. There's one practitioner who I know and had an experience that was like this. At the beginning of a long-term retreat where you're going to do hundreds of thousands of mantras, one of the things you have to do is invite all of these beings who would interfere with your practice to come to the retreat location just outside the boundary that you're setting up for the retreat. And you make offerings to them. And while you're making offerings to them, you say, just so you know, I'm bringing the protector deities here. And if you turn up and try to screw up my retreat, they're going to cause a big problem for you. But here's a nice offering. Now that I've given you this, please go away, right? And the area that this person made these offerings felt like walking into a haunted house for like 3 months after they did their retreat there. The hair on your body just stood up when you got near to this place. It was like walking into pea soup that was just wrong. You know what I mean? The the vibe of this place, and it was just like some little area of a public park. It wasn't some creepy spot, right? It just felt wrong there for months after they invited these beings there. So again, for what it's worth, again, if you hang around with practitioners, you just start having these experiences where you go, I can't confirm that. I didn't see anything, but this is pretty weird, It's pretty weird that there's this vibe here now that somebody did this kind of activity here. And likewise, I know of at least one practitioner who had an experience where when you do tantric retreat, one of the things you do is draw a boundary around the retreat area to make it enclosed and safe. And you invite various deities to help enclose the space so that stuff can't get in and screw you up while you're doing the practices. And during the retreat, once again, it was like night and day. If you could literally reach your hand out and it felt like you were putting your hand through a physical substance when you touch the retreat barrier. And it's one of these sort of things, according to this person that, this person that I'm speaking of, their wife is not Buddhist and doesn't believe in this sort of stuff and doesn't believe in energy and, all this stuff that I talk about. And even their wife could feel it, right? So again, it's just very strange. Like, why should it be that even their wife would feel it, even though they don't believe in any of this? So, roughly speaking, sort of a couple tidbits there. That's a bit of what's going on with protector deities. But even in the Pali Canon, there are the Dharma kings, right? The directional kings, who are well, listen, my man. If you have a question, I'm reading Yi Zhongheng. If you have a question, ask a question. You know what I mean? If you ask a lot of questions all at once, and there are a lot of people waiting, then I can't answer 10 of your questions in a row and leave, 30 other people waiting to get an answer on their question. So put in a question or two, and I'll answer that question or two, and then a bit later put in a couple more questions, because I like to give each question a fair bit of time. So I gave one of your questions, I believe, a fair bit of time, and the other ones I kind of went through because some of them I didn't understand what you were asking. Some of them, the answer was pretty easy. And think about other people a bit too. Okay, so how would you know it was the Buddha and not just a guy teaching and telling people he killed someone to save others and suffered? Well, this is part of the Buddhist canon. So part of the Buddhist canon is this whole genre of literature called the Jatakas. And in that literature is the Buddha himself describing his previous rebirths. Okay. Next, visualizing one's body as a banquet or making demons happy, making them bodhisattvas. Do you think? Okay. So those sorts of things, I don't have much to say about that at this time. Do you think we are planted on Earth by extraterrestrials? No, I do not. His followers called him the Buddha, not Siddhartha himself. That's not true. The Buddha is the first person who called himself the Buddha. There's a sutta. In fact, I'll pull it up. Let me see. Sutta. Someone follows. Let me see if I can find this. I'll put it on the screen for you so you don't have to take my word for it. Let me see. No, that's not it. So I'll just start to describe it a bit. So there's a sutta in the Pali Canon where here we are, the Dona Sutta. Now I'm pulling it up, so I won't bother with explaining it before I have it pulled up. Okay, let me get it on the screen for you guys. Probably a bit more interesting for you to just watch me try to find the sutta. Okay, let me check how that looks. That looks okay. Slide over a bit. Yeah. Okay, so on one occasion, the Blessed One was traveling on the road, and a Brahmin saw his footprints, and inside his footprints was a wheel with 1,000 spokes in it, with rims and hubs. And this Brahmin, this priestly class, a person of the priestly class, thought, "Wow, a human being does." Right? We would think the same thing. He says a human being doesn't leave a footprint that has an impression of a wheel in it with 1,000 spokes, with rims and hubs on it, with all their features. This is very unusual. And so he follows these footprints, and he finds the Blessed One. He finds Siddhartha Gautama sitting beneath a tree. His legs are crossed, his body is erect, with mindfulness established to the fore. So he's fully aware of what's going on. Then Donna, who's the Brahman we're talking about, follows these footprints and finds the Buddha sitting at the end of these footprints. And he's being guarded, right? Oh, his senses retained. And no. Okay, no. So on seeing him, he asks him, "Are you a deva?" So the word deva means God. Are you a deity? And the Buddha says, "No, Brahman. I'm not a god. I'm not a deity." And this is usually where the secularists stop. They usually stop right here, and they're like, "See, he said he's not a god. Our work is done here." No. There's more. So he says, "Are you a Gandhava?" So a Gandhava is a particular kind of spirit. And he says, "No, I'm not a Gandhava." And then a yakha, some called a yaksha in later Buddhist materials, another kind of spirit. He says, "No, I'm not a yaksha." And then he says, "Are you a human being?" "No, Brahman, I'm not a human being." Wait a minute. You're not a god. You're not some class of powerful spirit. You're not a human being. What are you? He says, "When I asked you, are you a deva? You answered no. When I asked, are you a Gandhava? You said no. When I asked, are you a yaksha? You said no. And then I asked if you're a human being, and again you say no. So what sort of being are you?" And he says, if I didn't have the realizations that I have, I would be a deva. I would be a deity. But the causes, basically, that would cause me to become a deity have been exhausted, so I'm not a deity. Likewise, since the causes of me being a Gandhava have been exhausted, I'm not a Gandhava. Since the causes of being a yaksha have been exhausted, I'm not a yaksha. Since the causes of being a human are exhausted, I'm not a human being. And this goes on and on and on, down here to the bottom, when finally he says, like a lotus rising up unsmeared by water, unsmeared am I by the world, and so Brahman, I am awake. And this term awake is Buddha. Buddha. I am a Buddha. I'm awake. So the Buddha himself puts himself in a class apart from all other kinds of sentient beings, and not only apart from, but above other sentient beings. The Buddha calls himself the teacher of gods and human beings. You see? So, very important to note, the Buddha calls himself the Buddha, and then his followers are called, I believe it's Baudha, which means those who follow the Buddha. So the Buddha is an awakened one, and Baudha are those who follow the awakened one. So this is what the Buddhist community was called in the earliest days. And so the Buddha did not consider himself to be even a human being. He considered himself to be a different category. And that category was above both human beings and gods. So worth considering. worth considering. Okay. Jizong Hung, my questions haven't been answered. I did answer your questions. You may not have liked the answers, but I did answer them. Let's see. Jared, hi Jared, you recently mentioned the Buddha rejected both the self and no self. Can you elaborate on that? I can. So I'm talking to Grim Vista's question at the moment. Give me just a second. I'll pull this up if I can find it. Let's see. Buddha rejects. So the Buddha is famous even in the Pali Canon, and for those of you who are interested, I use the Pali Canon quite often. Oh man, look, Adam, I'm reading you at the bottom of the chat here, my friend. If you're not here to ask questions about Buddhism, even if they're challenging, difficult questions, if that's not why you're here, I'm going to put you on mute. This is the last warning, my friend. I don't mind having you here at all. In fact, I like being challenged. But if you're just here to debate about Islam and issues in Islam and Muslim identity, this is not the correct place or time for that. Okay? So if that continues and I see more of that in the chat, then I'm going to put you on mute or remove you from the stream. And I don't want to do that. So again, if you have challenges for me, questions for me related to Buddhism and so forth, no problem whatsoever addressing even the most difficult questions that you have, but this is not the place to proselytize or have debates about Islam, okay? Fair enough? All right. Next, let's see. You know what? In the past, I've had great difficulty finding this particular sutta, and I don't want to spend all night finding it. I actually did. If you go back to the Timothy Tennant video, I referenced this sutta and I pulled it up in the Timothy Tennant response. So what do we mean when we say that you're rejecting existence and non-existence? What we mean is that the Buddha is putting forward a third position that is not the type of existence you think exists and is also not non-existence. The trouble is, most people, if you reject the view that, if you reject the type of existence that they think, if you reject the type of existence that you think, that other people are putting forward as how things exist, right? Like, let's just, to make it really stupidly simple, let's say you thought this was a pink elephant, okay? And I said, there's no pink elephant here. There's no pink elephant here. You would go, so you're saying, you're saying elephants don't exist whatsoever. And I'm saying, no. The way this exists is as an orange cup. There's a third option between no elephants existing whatsoever and this being a pink elephant. There's another option. And the Buddha calls that other option dependent arising. Dependent arising is not what you think existence is, and it's not what you think non-existence is. It's a third choice. So you have a cognitive error where you think things don't dependently exist. And you see things not dependently existing. And you think, so you know things as if they don't exist dependently. You see things as if they don't exist dependently. And then you think about things as if they don't exist dependently. And so when I say there's no such thing as an independent phenomenon, what do you think? Oh, there's no phenomenon, right? That's your instinct. If I say, ultimately, there's no independent cup, what do you hear when I say that? You hear there's no cup. Why? Because you think it ultimately exists independently as a cup. If you didn't think that, when I said there's no such cup like that, you wouldn't hear there's no cup. This is the point. Since that's what you hear, you know you're making this mistake. Because what I'm actually saying is there's an interdependently existent cup. And that's a third option between not existing at all and existing independently. There's a third choice, the middle way. All right, next question. Okay. My apologies, Adam. I had to put you in timeout because I warned you twice. And there's just so much going on in the chat. And I want to try to keep things focused on asking questions about Buddhism. So you're welcome to stay, but I had to put you in timeout for 30 minutes. I'm not super familiar with metaphysical idealism, and idealism as a concept in Western philosophy has like 74 million bajillion different iterations and ways of being explained. So it's quite difficult, I think, to just narrow it down. That is what Christian churches teach. Okay. You pay for states of realization. That's right. That's right. For the low, low price of $2.99, you can be a stream enterer tonight. Making my way through the chat. Have I looked into Sikhism? I'm only sort of somewhat vaguely familiar with what's going on in Sikhism. I did study it at uni, and I've looked into it, and I also had, growing up, for 4 years in high school, I had friends who were Sikhs because there were Sikhs at my high school, and we were quite close, and I got to talk to them a lot about. about things, but they weren't super open about their practices and so forth. So it's not a set of practices and so forth that I'm super familiar with. Okay, carrying on. The Great Return. My apologies, William. If you will drop in the chat what you mean by the Great Return, then I will do my best to answer what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean by the Great Return. Jay Bhavani, I don't know Esther Dhanraj. If you'd like me to do a response video to something, put it in the comments of this live in terms of the, put it into the comments rather than the chat. And then I can add it to my list of things to look at and maybe do responses to. You don't need any teachings to become enlightened. It would be fantastic if that was true. We could all go home. But in reality, it takes a lot of work and study and time and practice and pain in the ass to become enlightened. Can you explain Vajrayana's visualization of being a Buddha to relate it to Nirvana Sutra's teaching of Atman as void? I also think of Diamond Sutra, the Buddha without attributes can indeed be seen. Okay, so I'm reading Salinger. How do I pronounce this? I'm just going to call you Salin. All right, so basically you're not supposed to talk about all this stuff, and I've only studied a bit of it. I've only read a little bit about it, so I'm not the best person to ask. Basically, you're not supposed to talk about tantric stuff beyond a very basic level, unless you're trying to clear up misunderstandings that somebody has about it that are quite critical and damaging to that person. So I don't want to say too much about it. But just sort of roughly speaking, what you're doing with Tantra in terms of these really complex visualization practices is you're taking realizations that you gained at a sutra level of practice, and you're adding way more power and force to those realizations through making your mind way more powerful and using symbolic representations of various realizations to generate a huge number of different realizations at the same time. So it's really efficient. It's a very efficient system. If you can create the actual content of each symbol as an actual realization through the use of the symbol, that's really effective technique. If you can't do that, it's just a bunch of pictures you're imagining in your head. So I think I'll leave it at that if you don't mind. Okay. G's. I'm going to call you Hung because I can't pronounce the rest of your name. Terribly sorry. I'm a Guaylo. Could you please prioritize answering my questions as a premium subscriber? So, as I mentioned, as a premium member, if you put your questions in the chat, hello, I see super chats coming through. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, you have to, for super chats, YouTube makes you pay more money to send more words. It's kind of how the whole thing works. But yes, I'm happy to answer. Like I said, super chats I'll answer first, but a super chat doesn't mean that you ask your question and then that you send a super chat and then you ask your question in the chat like somewhere else. You need to ask the question in the super chat. And if you're a paid member at the second tier, I believe, or higher, then I will prioritize putting your questions ahead of the rest of the chat. As long as I see you again, because I have two versions of my chat running at all times, one where I see the bottom and the other one where I'm actually looking at where I'm at. So as long as I don't miss it coming through the chat, I'm going to put you first in terms of answering questions. If you're I think it's either a tier 2 or a tier 3 member or above, I'll put you ahead of everyone else. Or if you sent a super chat and in the super chat you've asked your question, I'll put you ahead as well. Yes. So that being said, even for paid subscribers, be mindful that if you ask like 14 questions in a row, at some point I'm going to say, okay, I need to come back to you because other people have questions too. And I'm not actually selling my time. Sponsors are sponsoring this so that I can answer everyone's questions for free. Do you understand what I mean? You're not like buying what it is I get to do. And if you don't like that, you don't have to be a subscriber. But everything is a donation so that I can do this for everyone. And to respect those who are helping the whole community get this for free, I'm prioritizing some of what you send through to do first because you're helping the whole community. You understand? But at the same time, I have to help the whole community and not just you. Otherwise, you're buying my time rather than supporting the community. Okay. Damian Martin. Could the 15th Dalai Lama communicate the Buddha's message in a completely new way shaped by technology, media, and how people receive wisdom? Absolutely. Yeah, he definitely could. We'll see. Buddha himself taught according to the people and the times. Could a revolutionary new way of communicating the Dharma be needed for this age? Welcome to my stream. Yeah, of course, Damien. Of course, Damien. So I'm here doing this because I think a new way of getting information from people who have been training in a serious way to other people who are interested in this is absolutely needed in this day and age. I mean, I was this close to just writing a couple of books and getting them published. And then I realized that basically no one's going to read the books. But if I make a video, in 4 days, 70,000 people might see the video. Like we're just living in a different time. So if you want to get information out there that's important, you want to reach the most people and help the most people, basically you need to be on the internet on camera talking into a microphone. So I think that's the biggest change. The other thing is with a lot of teachers and so forth in this time, like I know practitioners who are way better than I am, know way more than I do, but they don't know how to do anything on the internet. And so you're never going to meet them because you don't know where they are and they don't do stuff. And unless you know how to find them, you're never going to meet them. You're never going to train with them. And so part of what I'm going to do here on this channel, actually, I was talking to one such practitioner who's an incredible practitioner, Neil Ripsky. I'm going to have him on and I'm going to interview him and he's a lay practitioner as well. And we're going to talk about how to train and stuff in the real world. And I'm going to help people find him and train in his system because it's an incredible system. So yeah, man, I think a new way of getting information out is needed. And Matt, who none of the, okay. Yeah. Anyways, I think I answered that, right? None of the gurus are enlightened. Okay. Fair enough. Begs the question as to why you would be here. That's not really a question, is it? Okay, so G, in my understanding of the way that super chats work, at least at this stage of the YouTube universe, if you pay like $2 or something, you get a shorter limit, and if you pay a little more, you get a longer limit. And so I think it's at I don't know, in the ballpark of like $5 or something that super chats become quite a bit longer. But yeah, like I said, there some tier of membership, you can look in the tiers. somewhere in the tiers of membership, I put a priority answering of questions, and I think that's something that YouTube will automatically present to me. But I think it's second or third tier. So, yeah. Anyways, are you okay, Matt? I mean, you sound like you're having a bad day, my man. Navyana Buddhism shares something about it. I'm not super familiar with it. I may do something on it at some point when I've had a bit more time to think about it. I'm not familiar with Ian Stevenson's work on spontaneous past life recall. I'm familiar with his work in childhood past life memory. Although the initial stages of that research, I think, were not the best in terms of research methodology. The research methodologies in the last, 20 years or so have been much better. And that's why I think that research is actually worth looking at now. Holy guacamole. What was that? Okay, I'm going to bump Greg up to the top. Thank you so much, Greg. What questions or insights would have helped your personal practice when you were early on in the path? I mean, super chats will definitely help the algorithm. And as I mentioned, just so that you guys know, like I said, I teach everything for free. So the donations that come in allow me to help everyone else who isn't able or willing to make a donation. I can help all of those people for free because of the people that contribute. And that's whether you're doing a membership or you're doing a super chat or you're donating from the links below. So very, very meaningful. Oh man, what insights would have helped early on in the practice? God, that's a good question and a hard question. Give me a moment to think about it, if you don't mind. Okay, got a few super chats coming through now. I'm kind of stuck on this question, man. It's a really important question, also a very, very, very difficult question, like I said. And I'm trying to think of how to answer it in a helpful way, because there are things that would have helped me that wouldn't necessarily be helpful to everybody else. The other thing is, I was so fortunate in the beginning. I usually don't tell the whole story in public, and it would take forever, and I'd never get to the bottom of the chat if I told it tonight. But I mean, I basically stumbled from being a total idiot into a retreat and came out so different that my family had no idea who I was. My friends had no idea who I was. I mean, I went in an international business student frat boy at 19 who cared about nobody but himself. I mean, and when I say nobody, I mean nobody. And I came out of this retreat, shaved my head, was mostly celibate for 2 years, mostly vegetarian for I think about a year and a half or 2 years. Had maybe one beer in 2 years as a 19-year-old college student, and was almost 100% sure that I was going to become a monk, and started looking around at monasteries. And my father convinced me to stay at university for one more year. And then I met my teacher, who would then become my sort of my great heart mentor, my great sort of heart guru for 12 years. And so I think more than saying what I would have benefited from in the beginning, because I stumbled into incredible circumstances that I wish I could just give to everyone else. I wish that all of you meet just like the absolutely most incredible, perfect teacher for yourselves that is an accomplished yogi that is also an incredible scholar. I mean, when I would talk to him, it was like talking to an ocean. He knew everything about everything. It was impossible. It was impossible. And especially at 19, and I'll say this again, not out of arrogance, but just to show you how impressive he was to me. I'm not a genius, but my IQ is just below genius. And this man was so intelligent, I had no chance of keeping up with him whatsoever. I couldn't compete with him on any topic. No matter what I brought up, he knew 50 times more than I did. It was unreal. And he had way better character than I did. And all of the practices that he did were the actual practice, not some BS. It was just insane. Absolutely insane. And so what I would say based upon my early experiences is find a teacher. Find a real accomplished teacher. Find a real lineage. Rely on good teachers, good teachings. Put your heart into it. And don't just do practices, study. Study. Try to understand what it is you're doing. Because if you don't understand what you're doing, it's really hard to make progress. And you get stuck a lot and you don't know what to do next. And then where do I come in? As I'm telling you to go find like a lineage and all this, where I come in then is how do you take the nectar of that lineage and soak it up so that you can eat it and be nourished by it as a modern person in the real world? Because a lot of these lineages, they teach in such a way that they're sort of preparing you to go into retreat, really. Because the techniques and so forth they're teaching are really difficult to do as a real person in the real world until you're already quite accomplished. So humbly, where I come in is not as the father or mother of the family, but as like an older brother or an uncle who comes over and gives you some advice that you wouldn't want to talk to your parents about. Okay, I hope I've done my best to answer that question. I saw another super chat come through, so let me scroll back up. We need a Discord server. I hear you. I hear you. I'm thinking about it. Okay, Major General, could I please ask you for some background history on Mara? Congratulations on your channel. Huge fan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There's more videos coming. I've delayed the next video, you guys, because I was waiting on this beastie that I'm now recording on to be here. I've been setting it up for the last 2 days, which is part of the reason that I've had the technical difficulties that I've had on live. But I'm basically there now. So I'm going to start recording the next video probably tomorrow, and it'll be up in the next 3 or 4 days. Right. Okay. What was the question? Sorry. Okay, so Mara was a young deva. So Mara is a deva. Mara is a deity who was recently reborn as a deity. Was not a deity who had been hanging out in the deity realms for a long time, but was a young deva. And for some reason, I don't know that we've ever fully described why in the Buddhist canon, but for some reason, out of jealousy or just attachment to people's praise and worship or whatever, Mara decided that he didn't want people to make progress on the path. He wanted people to stay in samsara, where basically he could be the big man and they could be the little peons running around and failing at everything. And so Mara actively is working against and fighting against people gaining realization. So in brief, if we're talking about Mara as a real being and not as an analogy, that's Mara. And there are cases where Mara is talked about as a real being, not just an analogy for your ignorance or something. Yeah. Okay. So that's Mara. And then sometimes Mara is used as an analogy to talk about your ignorance, because like Mara, the being who's trying to keep you in samsara, your ignorance as something in your mind is also trying to keep you in samsara, right? So these are sometimes just compared against each other or used almost synonymously. Okay, back to the regular chats, since we have caught up on super chats now, I believe. Let me make sure. Cool. And let me make sure. Make sure no one is green in the chat. Oh no, I lost my chat on my phone. Sorry, you guys. Give me 1 second. Oh, this is the next device that needs to be upgraded so that I can keep up with you guys. Here we go. There, bang. Good. Okay. Right. I'm now with Heathen Wizard. Great name. Buddhism and Christianity both have numerous sects. Christian history has until recently been replete, often with violent sectarian divisions. Has this also been the case with Buddhism? There have been episodes of this, yes. Rarely, but there have been some episodes where Buddhists have done stuff to other Buddhists, but relative to the rest of sort of world history, those conflicts have been far and few between. But, that's not something unexpected according to the Buddha, I mean, I'll give you a funny example, okay? So there's a sutta during the Buddha's lifetime, when the Buddha is getting more popular. In the beginning, he had just a few disciples, like just a small handful of guys. And that was it. And you know what he didn't have? He didn't have any vows. He didn't give anybody vows. That's weird, right? Because Buddhism has a lot of vows now. When did he initiate this thing about giving out vows? When he got more popular. What was the reasoning behind it? He said, because as my teachings grow more popular, people with bad character and weak character will join Buddhism. And as these people who aren't very capable join Buddhism, they won't just do the right thing. They'll do a bunch of really bad things. So I'm going to give them a bunch of rules to stop them from doing all this bad stuff that they would naturally do. In other words, we need a bunch of rules because we can't just naturally do the right thing like his first few students could. And so literally baked into our system is the idea that people are going to be naughty and misbehave and hurt each other because Buddhism's getting more popular, right? And so it's actually to be expected that you'll find Buddhists doing bad things, and it's to be expected that you'll find Buddhists hurting each other and breaking their vows and breaking their commitments because Buddhism's getting more popular. And now it's perhaps more popular than ever, so we should expect that Buddhists are doing more bad things than ever, not less. So this is actually baked into our system. We expect people to chase their delusions around and do unethical things. Okay. I'm reading another super chat now. Is that a sticker or is that another super chat? Okay. Got it. Okay, so Rach Chi, if you're open to it, would love to see a collab with my teacher. Also live streams on YouTube, Monk Life Meditation. Sure. Yeah. So go on my Facebook page, which is in the description below, and reach out to me through Facebook. And Everyone wants a Discord. I have a Discord. I just don't use it. I'll get it set up for you guys. Just give me some time, okay? So reach out to me on Facebook if you would, and I will help you. I will get that set up, and we can do some collaborations. Again, a bit of discussion to make sure it's a good fit, but as long as it's a good fit, be happy to do it. A gift membership. You could be the lucky recipient of a membership access with exclusive perks. Nice. Okay. Back to the stream. Hopefully I can start catching up with your questions now. Luis Pinero, do you like the Words of My Perfect Teacher? I haven't read it in its entirety. I've only read parts of it. And yeah, I mean, dude, what's his name? Dujam Rinpoche is one of the great lamas of our time. And then I believe that book is written by one of his students. And one of his actually accomplished students. So to read a book about a great being written by a great being is a real pleasure usually. Namkai Norbu, another fantastic Dzogchenpa. I haven't read his work, but I'm sure it's fantastic. William White, Tantra uses imagination projection. It's using the mind, worshipping a statue as Tantra. No, that's not true. Okay, if you believe that there's other beings, then they will be real. It's the mind creating, and nope, that's not true either. Do you want to experiment and see if you imagine other beings, if they're real? Imagine there's a giraffe in your room right now. And then try to feed it, I don't know, a piece of paper in your room and see if it eats the paper. If it doesn't, this will prove to you that you can't just imagine beings being real and have them come into existence. You're welcome. That's not how it works. A mental image, a visualized image, is just mental content. It is a form your mind has created that it is experiencing. It's not a physical object. And simply visualizing a form in your mind isn't a being like a deity. A deity has a mind like yours doing its own thing. So you can't create a deity by visualizing one in your head. That's not how it works. There is some cases, however, where through extended practice you can create form with mind, and a deity's mind can come into form and speak to you. There are practices like this, but again, the practitioners that can do that kind of thing, including some really extraordinary ones, even when they can do that, they still pressure test those kinds of the kind of advice they get from those beings against totally ordinary criteria, like, does this make sense? Can I square this with other stuff that I can actually verify? Blah, blah, blah. So those are very often put sort of in a second category that needs more verification, more analysis, etc., for what it's worth. Maitreya, are there any books, sites, or whatever that else you can recommend to me to become as knowledgeable as someone like me? So Maitreya, the reason I'm as knowledgeable as I am is because I had good mentors, not because I read a bunch of stuff. To understand this stuff, you need to train with real human beings who have two things: a scholarly understanding that is deep and rich. It is vast, it's wide, and it's deep. And those people, the very same ones who have this wide and deep understanding of the teachings, also have trained deeply in meditation and have experience of the teachings. if you train with people like that for a long period of time, 5 years, 10 years time, while also doing your own studies and your own practices, then after that period of time, if you're being quite serious, then you will be a knowledgeable person and you'll have much more knowledge and experience than your peers, because most people aren't doing that. Most people are just trying to read books and watch videos and do their own thing, so-called. And this is why they don't end up with really deep knowledge, because frankly, it's really tough to study these things and get the right idea, you know? Truly. And in meditation, in my book on meditation, which I'm going to be editing and putting on the school course soon, I list, again, something like 50 different things that can happen when you start to meditate that don't mean anything at all. They're just stuff that happens when you meditate. But a lot of, like, I have literally met people who have had those experiences and then think that they're some kind of saint. It's really sad. Like, for example, one thing that can happen is that you see a bunch of white light. I met a guy once who was wandering around the college campus at College of Charleston in Charleston, South Carolina, in the United States. He was wandering around in a white robe with long hair and a beard. And when I said, well, you know, what are you doing? He was like, I don't know, like 25 or something. And he said, well, I had this experience where I saw white light and it made me realize that all of these things. And I'm like, okay. And he had that experience one time. And that's the kind of experience that when I go to my teacher, he would say, yeah, that's just the stupid shit that happens when you start working with your mind. Ignore that and go back to the instructions for the practice I gave you. And now 20 years later, humbly, you know, I've had a lot of experiences that are maybe more important than those kinds of experiences. So there's just so many weird, meaningless things that can happen because you're working with the very thing that creates your reality. So weird stuff will happen, and most of it is meaningless, pointless. And if you chase after it and think you're special, you're dead, you know? Your practice is dead. Okay. Agape. Is tantric practice revolved around sex? No, it is not. As one of the great Gelug Lamas of the 21st century said, if it's sex, it's not tantra, and if it's tantra, it's not sex. I think I'll leave it at that, if you don't mind. Okay, everyone says the chat function on YouTube sucks and I have to use a different chat function. I will look into it and can make some considerations. So Vixen, it's a good statement you've made here. This is why I like Tara. She will rush to help you and you don't have to be a Buddhist. Check this out. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas don't care at all if you're Buddhist or not, in terms of coming to your aid and helping you. A Buddha is perfectly happy, for example, to appear as Jesus, if needed, to help you down the path. In fact, there are sutras in the Sanskrit canon that say, during degenerate times, which is what we're in now, that Buddhas and Bodhisattvas will appear as non-Buddhist teachers and teach things that are not the Buddha Dharma, in order to make connections with and benefit beings who couldn't possibly practice the Buddha Dharma. Think about this. That means that there have to be Hindu teachers, Christian teachers, Muslim imams, Jewish teachers, etc. There have to be at least some of the great religious leaders of the world who are actually great Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And in fact, if you'd like a little personal anecdote, somewhat personal anecdote, Geshe Tenzin Namdak, one of my teachers in London, knows of a Tulku. A Tulku is a reincarnated Tibetan Lama. This Lama died, and they went around to look for his reincarnation, and they couldn't find him. They couldn't find his reincarnation. And then another great meditator years later reached out with his mind and found his reincarnation. And this guy was living as a Hindu teacher. And so he went to him and he said, "What are you doing? Like we have a place for you at the monastery. We've been looking for you. And I come here and I find you teaching Hinduism. What are you doing?" He said, "I looked at this karmic situation of beings in this area and I realized that if I was to teach Hinduism instead of Buddhism, I would benefit more beings. And so I took rebirth in such a way that I would teach Hinduism instead of Buddhism this time." So this is the kind of stuff that bodhisattvas get up to, Okay. So you can only imagine what fully enlightened Buddhas, who can appear as whatever they want, wherever they want, as long as sentient beings have the ability to see them in that way, you can imagine what they get up to. Again, once I say this a million times, but according to Buddhism, yes? Okay. Oh, yes. So agape, I would really, really like, once I get my system here all set up, I'd really love to do that thing where I get sort of two screens, have people call in, and I'm talking to people live. There's no such thing as voodoo tantra. That's not a real thing, with due respect. Aleister Crowley, the Western mysticist, I believe he was a Freemason, and then he started doing weird stuff and he got kicked out of the Freemasons. Not super familiar with the rest of his work. Would you be interested in if I finance a video for you to do a little research and a compilation on some good Mara stories? Sure. Yeah. That'd be really cool. General Tao, just reach out to me on Facebook or by email. I think I have one of my email addresses linked through my YouTube, if you know how to find that through there. And just get in touch with me and we'll work it out. Yeah? Definitely. Let's see. Ruh-roh, where am I in the chat? I gifted myself a membership. That you did. Ooh. Oh, no. Yeah, the thing about YouTube chat too is that once the chat gets too long, it starts to jump. And that's really annoying because then I have to figure out where the hell I was in the chat and it takes forever. Okay. Did that? No, I didn't do that. Crap. Okay. Let's see. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Am I accusing people of being... Oh, yeah. That was the whole Muslim interaction there. Yes, I'm seeing the request for Discord. Again, I'll look into it. I'm not into alien stuff. Somehow that keeps finding its way to the stream. I don't do alien stuff. Okay. My gosh, I didn't realize how many comments Adam had made. It's wild. It like took over the whole chat for quite a ways here. Okay, here we go, finally. What is the Mahayana view of the suttas? It seems like you take them pretty seriously. Okay, so Soma, as I've said many times, the Mahayana is just an extension of the Theravada. You have to accomplish the practices of the Theravada to become a Buddha. So once we have to attain nirvana, then we use compassion to stop ourselves from remaining in abiding nirvana. We enter into non-abiding nirvana, and then we continue cultivating all the causes that and conditions and so forth that lead to us becoming fully enlightened Buddhas. So the Theravada is part of the Mahayana. Think about it like a ladder. I use this analogy all the time. It's like a ladder where the Theravada is the whole first part of the ladder. You attain nirvana, that's the end of the Theravada, but the ladder keeps going according to us, right? And even according to the Theravada, if I'm not mistaken, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but even according to the Theravada, some people can attain Samyak Sambodhi. That is something that they recognize in the Pali Canon, but what they say is this extra work on the last leg of the ladder is so difficult, and you have to have a really particular set of karmic circumstances and all of this, and therefore most people can't do it. Or it would be so difficult that they shouldn't go for it, and instead they should just go to nirvana. And the Mahayanist position on this is basically, we don't agree. We think everybody can attain Buddhahood, and we think everyone should head to Buddhahood. And then there are some sutras that say, actually, the only path the Buddha taught is the Mahayana, but he skillfully leads people to two other types of results because that helps people develop. But ultimately, he will take everyone onto the Mahayana path, for what it's worth. But again, the Mahayana path includes the Theravada. So again, it's a bit of a funny question, not in a bad way, but of course I take those sources seriously. I haven't heard of Hillside Hermitage. Okay. My goodness, there's so many Adam comments. I didn't realize there was this many. Hello, Tokyo. About Advaita Vedanta and Buddhism, I am preparing as we speak. I was on the phone with a one Dr. Abhishek today, who is a Vedanta practitioner and teaches at a university and helps run a nonprofit in India today. And soon I'm going to have probably both a exchange talking to the university and maybe a chance to do dialogue either during that exchange or as an ongoing thing after the exchange through him and with him to talk about some of these critical issues that are at the intersection of Buddhism and Vedanta. So stay tuned for that. But in terms of answering the question more generally today, I've answered that a bit in previous streams and even today. So if you go back, you'll find that answer. Okay. Just making my way through the comments. Does Buddhism, here we are, so hello Tokyo, does Buddhism accept the doctrine of karma? If yes, then how does karma move from birth to birth with no Atman? Hello Tokyo, we do accept the doctrine of karma. Karma moves from lifetime to lifetime, from birth to birth, because we have what's called a mind stream, and a mind stream is a series of causal events where your previous moment of awareness causes the next moment of awareness, causes the next moment of awareness, and the subtlest layer of that awareness, which can be called depending on who you ask, Rigpa, Osel, consciousness without surface, the storehouse consciousness, depends on what school of Buddhism you ask, but there's a subtle layer of consciousness that continues as this causal process. And on that subtle layer of consciousness, at the basal level, the basal or fundamental layer of consciousness, your karma is stored along with that, or carried along with that continuum. So your karma is carried with that causal continuum of consciousness like this, right? And as you go along, your karma comes along with you, so to speak. So there's no unchanging entity at the base of your being. There's a changing causal continuum at the base of your being. So there's no one Atman that carries on through time like so. There's a series of causal events that carries on through time. That's what makes you up, and that's what carries on, not one solid thing that just moves on through. So that's the big distinction, if you were looking for one. I think I have had yak on one occasion, maybe. Not 100% sure. I haven't had Tibetan butter tea. I can't remember if it was beef or yak, but I was staying at Lama Zopa's house in Santa Cruz, Lama Zopa Rinpoche's house in Santa Cruz, and some Tibetans came over, and I can't remember if they brought beef with them or if they brought yak. But anyways, I got to have a little bit of it. It might have been yak. Okay, General Tao. For example, the middle way regarding self and non-self, one can occupy the same place as something. One, right? Okay, such as the body without becoming a body. For practical purpose, we pretend I. I'm not sure that's the best example, but there will be videos upcoming on, lots of videos probably upcoming on dependent arising, emptiness, the different schools of emptiness, because it's just so poorly understood. Somebody needs to step up and just put something out that helps clear this stuff up for people. Okay, let's see. Wow, the bottom of the chat is really devolving into some wild stuff. So Wushu Man, just to address the Advaita Vedanta and Buddhism issue briefly, the gentleman I was speaking with today, Dr. Abhishek, for example, comes from a school of Advaita that, at least according to him, includes the wisdom aspect, the emptiness aspect, the selflessness aspect of the practice. And in fact, the Advaita Vedantists have been accused on some occasions of basically being Buddhists with a Vedic name. And if I'm not mistaken, the word Vedanta means the end of the Vedas, right? So Advaita, not non-dual, Vedanta, end of the Vedas. So the non-dual ending of the Vedic approach, right? And so some have argued that Advaita Vedanta, at least in some of its forms, is just taking that Buddhist wisdom piece and importing it into the Vedantic tradition. From what I've seen, though, there seem to be different flavors of Advaita Vedanta, some that stop with just meditating on consciousness, and some that don't stop there but go on to analyze the nature of that consciousness in a sometimes a Buddhisty sounding way. Maitreya, out of the three vehicles, what is your favorite? I like the Mahayana a lot, if I'm being honest. I like the Mahayana a lot. Once you've been at the Mahayana for a while and you understand what the potential of Tantra is, Tantra also starts to sound pretty good. So I'm not going to say too much about that, but Tantra is actually part of the Mahayana. It's not actually a separate vehicle. It's like a vehicle within the Mahayana vehicle. Making my way through the chat. Yes, I did respond to the Discord server thing. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to look into Discord chat. I will. I'll look into it. I just got to see what features it has and so forth. Okay. Some weird stuff going on in the chat, you guys. I shouldn't do this on Friday nights when people are drinking. I think that's what the problem is. Okay, question. Do you think you're enlightened? No, I'm definitely not enlightened. The Bodhisattva path is long and difficult. I ask because when told that no gurus are enlightened, you said, "Why are you here? Why are you here?" No, there's some. If no guru in history or in modern times has achieved the results of these practices, then these results can't be achieved. Don't you get it? What I'm saying is that if there's no way to achieve the results of these practices, why are you here? What's the purpose of being here? It's a waste of time. If there is a way to achieve these practices, there's a good reason to be here, or maybe not necessarily here with me, but somewhere training in these practices with some guru that knows how to accomplish them, right? I have some doubts about Osho. Krishnamurti, also very interesting person, and his main technique also quite good, but I have some questions about him as well. Yep, some comments. Everyone wants a Discord server. What are your thoughts on Iboga? I don't know Iboga. By the way, quite a few people here, and I think we're pretty stable in the people who have been here and stayed. Chat, check it out. We're monetized. We're the real deal now. I have membership options available down below. Some of them very, very, very inexpensive. So I only need to get, relatively speaking, a pretty small group of people together who are willing to be members to be able to teach the whole community for free. So if you like this stuff and you want it to continue on and you'd like me to carry on doing this, consider clicking the link for the membership and just getting the most basic one. I think it's about the cost of a cup of coffee per month. Pretty reasonable. And if I don't know, again, we're already at 400 people. If something like 1,000 people are probably going to see this live stream by the time the algorithm poops it out. If half the people that came through just got that basic membership, I would be completely set in terms of the finances, and I'd be able to do this with you guys for the rest of our lives if you were interested. So do, if you're enjoying this and you think it's meaningful and worth having around, just get the most basic membership. And if you think it's really, really worth something and you want to support the more of the community and being able to do it and blah, 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 then get one of the higher tier memberships. Yeah. Now that we're monetized, that's going to be one of the main ways I think that I finance this whole operation so I can keep doing this with you guys. Right. Okay. Casey. Hey, Casey. Welcome. What was my mentor's thoughts on the Jews? I don't know. They're people, man. They're people like everybody else. How old am I? I'm 40 years old. I'll be 41 in September. Because wisdom given by God surpasses any genius. A fool can outsmart a genius. The grace and compassion. Okay, not sure what that means. What's my reason for entering Buddhism? Like I said, I kind of stumbled into Buddhism, and then it was so powerful for me right from the beginning that I realized right away that this is what I had been missing my entire life. And I realized right away that all of the BS that I thought was important right up to the time where I started practicing Buddhism actually was totally meaningless, and I had been going the wrong way for 19 years. And so for me, it was a radical and dramatic U-turn. And then I had to spend a long time figuring out what Buddhism was, because it wasn't what I thought it was in the beginning. And then I had to learn how to get these incredible things that I got in the beginning, these incredible experiences I had in the beginning. I had to figure out where do those fit into what Buddhism actually is. And that took a long time, maybe like 7 years. It took a long time, What's my goal for this life? To boil it down, I'd like to make it as far as I can towards enlightenment for the sake of others as best I can. If I don't attain enlightenment, probably I'll aim for one of the Pure Lands, because then I can just carry on doing my practice there and until I attain enlightenment. If I can't get to the Pure Lands, I try to accumulate enough virtue so that I can take a rebirth at least as good as this one, and then carry on with my practice. So I'm putting some causes in place, karmically speaking, so that, just in case, if I don't make it, I've got a backup plan. And then conventionally speaking, in terms of this lifetime, what I'd like to do is, since this seems to be working out, since people seem to actually want me to do this, I'm going to try to present arguments and reasons and observations and experiments one can do with their own mind and bits of science, etc., 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 to organize all of this stuff that helps modern people understand what Buddhism is, why it's actually a pretty good set of arguments and a worldview that fits together, a worldview that answers the big questions of life, and therefore that it's worth actually doing and putting effort and time and so forth into. That's one arm, I would say, one arm of my practice in a conventional sense in this life. The other arm of my practice is that I have an extremely profound passion for teaching people living in the real world how to train in Buddhism on the one hand, but also teaching people in the real world how to train in meditation, regardless of what tradition you're coming from. So this is why I say, if people are training with me in meditative stuff, I don't care if you're Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, I don't care what sect of Buddhism you come from, or if you're Taoist, or if you're Zoroastrian, or if you're doing Western mysticism, or if you're a spiritualist medium. It doesn't matter to me at all what your background is. What matters to me is that I help you attain actual accomplishment in meditation, and then hopefully, whatever it is you're doing, you'll do it even better. Whatever you're doing will have even more profound results. Whatever you're doing, you'll have even more success and accomplishment in those areas. Because meditation is actually a universal skill. It's not just a Buddhist thing, it's not just a Hindu thing or a Jain thing or a Western mysticism thing or whatever. It's a set of cognitive skills that a person can gain. And if you have those skills, you can do whatever it is you're doing, from mystical stuff all the way down to just having a nice life, way better. And so this is the other aspect, the other arm of what I'm up to in this life. So Junior Kirby, what about a mathematical truth? What do mathematical truths depend upon? They don't depend upon the instantiation. What do they depend upon? Does a mathematical truth have parts? Does a mathematical truth depend upon the universe as a whole existing so that there are mathematical there are things to apply math to? Because mathematical truths are truths about the physical world, aren't they? Furthermore, mathematical truths are actually not ontologically in terms of their ontology, they're not existing independently out there in the world. Like a challenge I would have for you, just to make it boil it all down to something quite simple and tangible. Show me a real number 2 in reality, or a real number 3, or a real number 5. What exactly is a number, and where do they exist? We have symbols of numbers, like what you would write on a piece of paper, but where are the actual numbers in reality? There are none. There are no numbers in reality. This is a way of dividing up our experience that we have come up with. So when you consider that the very thing upon which mathematics is based is simply a system of symbols we have come up with to divide up physical reality, I think it becomes a much easier question to answer. And the challenge is not just causes, it's causes and conditions. That things have causes and or conditions for their existence. In other words, they're contingent on something. They depend on something. So you can't name an example of something that doesn't depend on something else to exist. This is the most important bit. Okay. Reality fundamentally luminous and the Buddha nature already present. How did ignorance arise? It's the wrong question, with respect. So I'm answering La's question, Lasram's question. If I said to you, think about this carefully, okay? If I said to you right now that the distance between where I'm standing and the object I'd like you to pick up, I'd like you to pick up my briefcase for me, let's say. Can you go pick up my luggage, let's say, okay? And I left my bag, my luggage, an infinite distance in that direction. You with me? I have a piece of luggage. I'd like you to pick it up for me. We're standing here enjoying our day, and I've asked you, can you just go grab my bag for me? And my bag is an infinite distance out there in that direction. How long is it going to take you to get there? You can't get there, right? Because no matter how far you go, if the briefcase is infinitely far away, there's no time period over which you can travel to eventually arrive at where it's located, because it's not located somewhere that is a finite distance from here. You understand? If it was a finite distance from here, then through traveling some distance, finite distance, you would arrive at where my briefcase is and you could pick it up and take it. But since it's an infinite distance, there's no finite travel. There's no sequential set of events you could go through to arrive at it, because the sequential events would always be a finite number and my briefcase is located an infinite number away. You get it? So asking, how did ignorance arise, is actually exactly the same type of question. It didn't arise in the first place, because there's no first place. the causal sequence is infinite into the past. And infinite causal sequences are necessary beings because they can't fail to exist. The causal circle in which ignorance exists does not require and cannot require something outside of that circle of causes called the 12 links in order for it to go on existing. And therefore, it's a necessary being. And since it has been happening infinitely, to ask, you can grammatically form the question, where did it come from? But in reality, that question is nonsensical because what you're asking is, where did it first come from? And there's no first. It's like asking, how long will it take for you to get to my briefcase? You're imagining that an infinite distance away is actually a finite distance, and it's not. It's an infinite distance. So it didn't come from something else, some finite distance from us in the past. It has always been part of a causal sequence in which ignorance was occurring in a loop of 12 causes, according to Buddhism. And as such, that's actually a complete explanation, because necessarily existent things that can't fail to exist, by nature, they're existing and they don't require an outside explanation. And this is actually the same argument that's used for God, right? God is a necessary being. If a God exists in the way described by theologians, God is a necessary being. Necessary beings exist by nature and cannot fail to exist, and therefore you can ask the question, why is there a deity existing? But it's a nonsense question. Those deities exist by nature. They don't have a second thing that explains their existence. Likewise, ignorance exists in a series of causes of 12 links that goes on infinitely into the past. That set of causes can't fail to exist based upon its causal circle, and therefore to ask, when did it first start, is like asking, how long will it take to get to my briefcase that's an infinite distance away? You can ask the question, but it's a nonsense question. You understand? And I don't mean that in an insulting way. I mean, philosophically, we would call that nonsense. It's like asking, how does the color blue smell when you imagine it on a Tuesday? Like, you can say the words and grammatically it fits together, but it doesn't mean anything. Lewis asks, so you as a teacher work as having your teacher. I'm not sure what that means. I'm sorry, my friend. I can't understand your question. I wish I could answer it. Or maybe you were doing that inside the chat somewhere. We demand a Discord server now. Well, sorry to disappoint. What do you think of consorts in Tibetan Buddhism? Consort practice, generally speaking, is done without a physical partner. It's done with a visualized partner. And for it to be done with an actual partner, you have to have done physical yogas that allow you to never emit your substances, which almost no one has done. So if you're emitting your substances, you aren't doing that practice. Period. There's no exception to that. And so the idea that, for example, a person would do those practices and get someone pregnant is impossible, according to the system. So if someone got someone pregnant while doing deity union practice with a consort who was a real person, then they're not doing deity consort practice. They're just having sex with somebody. All right. If Maya is an illusion, could Nirvana, moksha be an illusion too? No. No, but good question. So, Think about it by way of analogy, okay? All right. Think about my cup. Let's say that you looked at this cup and you thought it was a blue cup, right? If I say to you, when you are fully seeing it as a blue cup, and I say, that blue cup doesn't exist, I'm not lying to you, am I? Because there's no such thing as a blue cup in this location. There's no blue cup like that whatsoever. That blue cup is not there. Your perception is completely mistaken, and the object you're seeing doesn't exist. Am I saying there's no cup? Am I saying there's no orange cup? No, not at all. There's an orange cup. But what you're seeing is an object that doesn't exist at all. You're seeing a blue cup, and there's no blue cup here. So when we talk about something not existing, in terms of Buddhist wisdom, we're talking about a cognitive error you have where you see something existing in a way that it doesn't actually exist. So since you're seeing it in a way it doesn't exist, the object of that perception is non-existent. In the same way that the blue cup is non-existent, but the orange cup is existent. So you see reality as if all the objects and so forth within it are not dependent arisings. So all of those objects you see that are not dependent arisings are non-existent, completely non-existent. However, by way of analogy, the non-relational or non-dependent red mug is completely non-existent, utterly, absolutely, completely non-existent. However, the dependent orange mug, the relationally existent orange mug, is a real thing. But that's not what you see when you look at this object, even here or not. That's not what you see. You see something that exists as if it existed independently, as if it didn't depend upon the causes and conditions and so forth and relationships it depends upon. And since you see it that way, that object doesn't exist whatsoever. That's what we're talking about when we say something is illusion-like. It's like an illusion, but it's not an illusion. This cup is not an illusion. It's like an illusion because you see it existing in a way that it doesn't exist, but the cup is not an illusion. Likewise, nirvana, moksha, etc. are not illusions at all. They are your perception purified of the misperception that you have here to a large degree. So that's you coming to see things as they actually are, which is interdependent. Yeah? So this is the key point. If you want to understand Buddhist wisdom, Buddhist emptiness, you've got to spend a lot of time thinking about dependent origination and less time thinking about the emptiness side. I'll leave it there for now. What should a good Buddhist do if he sees injustice in the world? Depends on the context, you know. I tend to think a lot of the sort of social justice warrior kind of stuff generally amounts to just people getting really angry and actually not doing anything. So you got to have both compassion and the knowledge of how to fix the situation, and in addition to that, the actual drive and ability to make a difference and fix the situation without hatred, without anger, without ridiculing others, etc., etc. So if you're going to engage in I don't know, social action, I suppose. But in reality, all you do is hurt yourself and hurt a lot of people because. Let me see. So I got a super chat coming through. I'll come right back to that. If you're just hurting yourself and hurting a lot of other people because you're just, how to say, you don't know how to fix the situation because you don't actually know what's going. Like, I'll give you a reasonably good example, actually. So my wife works in the intelligence field, and she gets to learn, because of her field, a huge amount of stuff about what's actually happening in the world, while newspapers are sort of printing the slanted version of whatever it is based upon their conservative views or their liberal views or whatever, right? She, as an intelligence analyst, looks at the actual stuff that happens and gives it to people that make decisions on what to do about this sort of thing, right? So most people who are relying upon, especially just one side of a news story, for example, quite often the news story isn't correct on either side. And so if you're basing your social action based upon incorrect and incomplete information, either conservative or liberal, and while you're doing that, you absolutely hate and loathe and wish they would die on the other side. Oh, I mean, think about how horrifically screwed up that is, you know? Like, not only do you not have correct information, but you're also horrifically angry and have tremendous ill will for other beings. Like, how could this possibly turn out well? So it's just so difficult, so complicated, really, to know exactly what the right thing to do is. And the Buddha recommends, actually, that you need to be not just have compassion and empathy for other beings, you also need to be very well informed about what's going on in one particular area to understand in nuance, in detail, with great care and consideration, all the moving parts of something, so that you know how to benefit the situation with minimal harm. And frankly, quite a few people that are engaged in, let's say sort of social justice kind of issues, especially at the popular level, where you don't have time to learn all the ins and outs and so on and so forth of an issue. Quite often it's half informed, it's misinformed, and then most of it amounts to just really hating the other side, you know? Like look at some of the comments on the video for the Christian response video. And people see me responding to a Christian, and amongst the first things I say and write about it is that I'm not attacking him, nothing against him. Would be happy to have him over for dinner and have his family over for dinner and talk with him. And, you know, it's not a personal thing. And they get in the comments section and they say things like, "You really put it to him, he's trash." And you're going, no, that's not what we're doing here. So if all you're doing is generating a lot of ill will, hatred, blah, blah, blah for the other side, as in terms of your practice, this is really bad. This is really, really a terrible thing to do. Okay. Have you summoned a being that actually consumes your sacrifice, or am I confused as to what you're saying? Not exactly sure what you're asking there. Or maybe that's inter-chat commentary, not sure. Wolfgang, what is the teaching on shunyata? So that's the meaning of shunyata is emptiness. If you want to understand emptiness, you need to understand dependent arising. So you need to understand what is it we're saying doesn't exist and what is it we're saying does exist. Because the Buddha rejects an extreme view of existence, and the Buddha rejects an extreme view of non-existence, and the Buddha proposes dependent origination. So when the Buddha says something doesn't exist, he means that in the extreme way that you normally think and see that things exist, it doesn't exist like that. And normally, as I said earlier in the stream, if I were to tell you that, like I said before, this cup doesn't ultimately exist. What do you hear when I say this cup doesn't ultimately exist? I mean, be honest in the chat. What does your mind tell you when I say something like that? For most of you, it says, that guy's saying there's no cup. And that's not what I'm saying. So the two extreme views are it ultimately exists or it ultimately it ultimately does not exist, right? So these are the two extreme positions, and the Buddha says, no, that's not correct. Neither of those are correct. The middle position is it's a dependent arising. And the ultimate nature of a dependent arising is that it doesn't exist like these two things. It doesn't exist in the way that's being claimed by either side. It's not nothing, and it's not something that exists independent of causes and conditions. Okay, let me look at this super chat now. Okay. Can Buddhism explain fine tuning? Yes, I actually put up an argument about that in the community section of the YouTube community. Psychophysical harmony, I'll take that to mean how do we say? I'll take psychophysical harmony here to mean the mind-body problem. Yes, we do have a solution for that. The solution is a third substance called wind or prana or chi or shen, that there is a substance that connects mental things to physical things. And the last question, come on, YouTube. Why is YouTube so cranky? Okay. Why is there good and bad karma? If time is infinite, why have we not yet been liberated? Okay. Good and bad karma is a very long, challenging, interesting, complex subject. A good karma is a karma that either takes you closer to the truth or leads to results that you will like. You'll find pleasant. A negative karma is any action you take that will take you further from the truth or will lead to results that when they occur you won't like. So this is the definition here in this context of good and bad. Why is there karma? Well, there's karma because mind, consciousness, and physical reality are interdependent with each other. And mind in that interdependent relationship is a causal force. Mind has causal power in reality. And as I've said on previous lives, there are some, for those of you who've been around a while, I mean, there are articles in Scientific American where theoretical physicists of our time are making that argument that mind is a causal force. And this is called the special status of consciousness interpretation of quantum mechanics. And again, of course, we can't stretch that too far. They're not saying there's karma, but that gets us pretty far in the discussion of saying, well, if consciousness doesn't come from matter, and if consciousness is a causal force in reality, what is it exactly that mind uses or consciousness uses to determine what physically appears or what actuality occurs amidst the probability of what could have occurred in physical reality? We would call that karma as Buddhists. That's what mind uses to collapse potentiality into actuality. For what it's worth, and if time is infinite, why haven't we been liberated yet? Because the causes of samsara are self-reinforcing. So it's not like every lifetime you get a little better and a little smarter and a little whatever, and therefore get out. The cycle of causes that keeps rebirth going are cyclical and self-reinforcing. So they do have the potential to keep you stuck in samsara forever. How do you know? Because you've already been here forever. Yeah. So that can be a bit dark to think about if you think about it for a while. So you've got to how to say, I mean, the most incredible thing really is that the solution to the cycle of suffering is like an atomic explosive solution. You're going to explode and destroy one link in this link of causes. And by exploding this, destroy the entire cascade of causes that's keeping you in an out of control situation that you've been in forever. This is the promise of the Buddha. Not that you're going to have a slightly nicer life, but that you are going to detonate and destroy an infinite previous series of causes that has led you to this point, which is a pretty radical idea. And that from that time forward, you will not experience suffering, even if you're in non-abiding nirvana. Okay, next super chat, before I get back to the rest of it, is Buddhism idealist and does physical matter exist? Yeah, physical matter exists according to all 4 of the major schools of Buddhist philosophy. And is Buddhism idealist? There are some sub-schools of Yogacara or Chittamatra thought that could be considered idealist, I suppose, in some regard, but largely I would say no. Buddhism is not an idealist position. Even the Yogacaras say that there are physical objects and that those physical objects are not just appearing in your consciousness. They appear from karma, which creates a physical object, not just the projection of your mind like a visualized apple. There's an actual physical thing there because of the karma. Okay. Back to the regular scheduled programming. William, I will remind you politely that this is a question and answer session, not a preaching session. So if you have questions, you're welcome to ask. But since you don't know me, you don't know my background, you don't know my teachers, it would be better to not comment on things that you don't know humbly, right? Like I don't know you, and yet you don't see me commenting on what your background is based upon your commentary. But as one of my academic colleagues says, if you don't like the book that I'm writing, write your own book, right? If you think I'm wrong about some things, that's fine. Find build a YouTube channel, get a PhD, do several months of retreat, get approval from your gurus to do this sort of thing that I'm doing, and then, convince people that you have a better set of answers and explanations than I do. That's fine. In other words, go write your own book. No problem. We don't have to agree on everything, but try not to. It's not good karma to say things about people if you don't know them and you don't know what they're doing. Okay. So reading is as useless as watching videos or listening to teachings in Tibetan Buddhist. No. So books can be very helpful. Videos can be very helpful. But if you were asking me what should you do if you want to make really, really rapid progress, find a good teacher. That's it. I would say that I'll give you an example. When I was training with my heart guru, we spent 7 years studying one text that you could have read in a week. We spent 7 years studying one text line by line that if I handed it to you, you could probably read in a week, depending on how fast you read. So studying with a great practitioner who understands the material and is actually trying to help you realize and accomplish the material through the reading, through the study, through the practices you're doing is a completely different experience than watching a video designed for a general audience or just reading the book. Does that make sense? So the books and the videos are helpful, but it's the best thing is to have teachers and mentors you have close relationships with. Okay? Not to engage in certain practices because they're not ready yet, less likely. Oh no. Why does it always jump? Yeah, I said it would be 90 minutes and then you guys keep talking. You keep asking questions. What am I supposed to do here? William, just so you're aware, since, you know, I see some stuff coming through the chat still. Just so you're aware, in general, not speaking for myself here, but tantric practitioners who are really, really serious about their practice have vows to not talk about what they're doing. You understand this, right? So the only way to talk about what you're doing, if you hold those commitments and are trying to keep those vows, is to talk about them in theoretical terms and borrow other people's words and to not talk about it in a way that you're talking about what you're doing as talking about yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, I'm going to move on. Oh my gosh, what happened to the chat? I know, I'm so far behind in terms of the chat. But this always happens. Okay. Money is not evil in Buddhism. That's true. Can we come back to rainbow body? Man, how far did the chat jump? Oh, I think I went too far back. I'm sorry, you guys. Okay. Is there a delay? How long? A long time. If you want to get, okay, so since there are new people in the stream, we're monetized now. If you want to get bumped to the top of the queue so that I answer your question first, I now have the super chat option and I will answer those questions first. So if you'd like something answered quickly, imminently, and put yourself to the front of the line, do a super chat. The other way to get pushed to the front of the line is I think I put it in there at the second or the third tier for members, but wherever it is, if you're a second or third tier member, then you will get pushed, I believe, to the front of my queue in terms of what I see for comments. And I'll answer those questions preferentially as well, because it's only because of you members that I'm able to do this for everyone. So I want to give you guys some kind of special benefit for chipping in. And the same goes for super chats. The reason I answer those first is because if there's not some money coming in, then I can't do this for free for everyone else, if that makes sense. So that's why I decided to go that direction. Okay. Okay, I'm back to where I should be. All right, here we go. Okay, Lewis, do you think eventually experience the rainbow body? Do you think eventually everybody will experience rainbow body and disappear? Rainbow body is a specific way. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not an expert on rainbow body, but if I'm not mistaken, rainbow body is a Dzogchen, is sort of an end stage Dzogchen practice where you enter into clear light, very, very subtle consciousness. And then there are types of practice you do either within that or just before it or just after it. And you cause the physical elements of the body to dissolve into light. And again, we have some pretty interesting cases of this. The case studies are not as good as one might hope for. If you really wanted to get I don't know how to say, if you wanted to make a documentary about it, we don't have enough on it to do it, but eventually we will. And so, no, it's not something that everybody does or needs to do. It's just something that can be done, you know? Yes. So you can. I think part of the point of the rainbow body is that through that practice you can maintain the continuity of some of your realizations a little bit better in some kind of way. But again, I'm not an expert in that practice. So Lewis, in terms of Siddhartha's incarnations, it depends on which school you ask. If you ask the Theravadins, he entered into peri-nirvana, and in that nirvanic state, he became inaccessible. And I don't accept that for various reasons, not just on the authority of different scriptures, but for reasons, because of arguments. I just don't think that's what a Buddha is, and I don't think that's what a Buddha does. And so that I answer that question in a different way. And basically, what according to my understanding, a Buddha is a being that, how do I put this? Has the capability to appear as virtually anything, as long as sentient beings have the karma to experience that. And if a sentient being needs a Buddha to appear in a particular way, and that being has the karma for them to appear in that way, a Buddha will appear and be able to benefit that being through that appearance, which will, for them, look like a physical body, look like to normal material stuff. But from the Buddha's standpoint, it's not like that. What else can I say about this? If you want a good example, look up the story of Venerable, I'll put it in the chat, look up the story of Venerable Asanga and Maitreya. Okay? So look up that story, and that will tell you a bit about sort of what from a Mahayana perspective Buddhas can do. No, voodoo is not tantra. I'll say it again. Christian scripture says, "Beware of how you treat strangers. They might be angels or messengers." I'm certainly not an angel, but I do have a few things to say. That makes me a messenger of a kind. Money is not evil in Buddhism. Yes, we're back to that. Yeah. So the Buddha actually gave advice for his lay people in particular on how to manage their finances, how to manage your household income, how to leave inheritance to your children. In fact, there's a really, just because I need a little bit of a break from just droning on, let me take you over to this. This will be fun. Let me see. Buddha on how to enjoy wealth. Yeah, here we go. Nope, that's not it. So there's this really interesting sutta. There's this really interesting sutta on, let me see if this is it. Persistent accomplishment effort on whatsoever activity. Let me see. So wealth. There. Okay, here we go. You ready? Oh my gosh, did more super chats come through? You guys are going nuts in the chat. Yeah. Mana Manna, if you reach out to me on Facebook, I'm more than happy to talk to you. I live in Scotland. I'd be happy to meet you in person if you ever happen to be in the neighborhood. We can get a cup of coffee, but we can talk on the phone anytime. And I'm more than happy to help you find a good. If you're in New York, there's going to be everything in New York because it's New York. So I'm more than happy to help you find a viable lineage, a viable set of teachings, and a community there to or communities possibly to look into to begin doing some more serious training if that's what you're interested in. Furthermore, we can talk more about what it is that I kind of do and how it is that I try to help practitioners get more out of the lineages that they're already in. Okay. Let me see if abstinence from debauchery. Yeah, okay. So let me put this on the screen. Come on, screen. Yeah. So this is in the Pali Canon, as I am wont to do. I like to use the Pali Canon because the Theravadins won't listen to me if I use the Mahayana Canon. So here it is. So the Buddha advises his lay practitioners on how to amass wealth and to keep wealth. This is very surprising, probably, for some of you who didn't know that the Buddha taught people how to become wealthy, right? And he says, look, if you engage in debauchery, drunkenness, gambling, blah, 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 hanging out with people that are doing crime and hurting a lot of other people, etc., that your wealth will decrease. And on the other hand, if you abstain from those very same things and hang out with people who are engaged in virtue and not breaking the law, etc., that your wealth will increase. And so the Buddha advises people on how to increase their wealth and prosperity and how to reduce becoming poor and losing prosperity in a conventional sense. And this is just one sutta, but there are, maybe like half a dozen where the Buddha's advising people on how to deal with inheritance, how to manage your household budget, how to run a business, how to be a good employee, how to be a good boss. And then there's one, I can't find it right now, but there's one sutta where the Buddha describes how a wealthy person can enjoy their wealth. And so in addition to being able to take care of your parents, your kids, your friends, and just do normal stuff that you enjoy doing with wealth, the Buddha says, in addition to that, you can engage in generosity. If you have money, well, now you have this fantastic opportunity to help the poor, to support Buddhist monasteries, to do all of this charitable work that would be impossible for you if you didn't have wealth. So the Buddha encourages his followers as best they can to become prosperous and wealthy. Anyways, this is not very well known, of course, because people mostly study the material that is designed for monks and nuns, but the Buddha provides a bunch of advice for lay people living in the real world if you know where to look for it. Okay, carrying on. Basically, if you know how to use money in a reasonable way, there's nothing wrong with it, and it can be actually really beneficial. In fact, bodhisattvas do practices to try to accumulate the karma that will allow them to be really wealthy in the future, because if you have more resources, you can benefit more people, you can benefit more beings. If you don't have very many resources, it can be very hard to benefit others, because how are you going to buy them a t-shirt? How are you going to buy them food? How are you going to provide them with housing? How are you going to provide all these things that other beings need if they're in trouble, if you don't have any resources to do so? And then it costs money to support the monastic community. If you don't have any money, if you don't have any resources, how are you going to do this? So the Buddha actually gives pretty practical advice to his followers. Okay. I think a bunch of this is inter-chat commentary. A humble Mahayana cat. Yeah, no problemo. Do people still remember past lives? WTF dude is made this question. Yes, my man. If you watch Yogis of Tibet, I did a commentary on that documentary. It's on my page. There are 2 or 3 great yogis who are highly accomplished practitioners in that documentary who mentioned that they recalled past lives. Speaking from my own experience, not my direct experience, of course, but my teacher in London, because he's from Sarah Monastery and they have retreat huts, retreat places around the monastery, there are people who regularly go into retreat for 3 months or 6 months or a year, and they accomplish great, really good samadhi, really good meditative capability. And through doing those practices, some of them recall past lives, right? Still today. And as a matter of fact, usually they don't make a very big deal out of the fact that they're recalling past lives, because this is considered to be a side effect of the practice. It's not even the purpose of what you're doing. It's just something that happens when you do it, along with clairvoyant capabilities and half a dozen other things. So, it's just sort of, it's considered to be a normal thing. In the culture of the monastery, it's kind of just like, that's what happens. It's sort of like when you eat food, you start to feel full. Yeah, that's just what happens. It's kind of not a big deal. Okay. Okay. I'm putting William in the naughty chair. I've asked him politely on a number of occasions. It has not ceased. So, sorry, William. You're welcome to return another day. But the chat is supposed to be for questions about Buddhism, not commenting on my character and so on and so forth, nor the character of other people in the chat who you don't know. You don't know me. You don't know any of these people. So none of that is appropriate. Thoughts on the future of Buddhism in the West? Hopefully bright. Hopefully bright. I'm going to do my part to bring together and create interest around meditative traditions in general, be them Taoism, be them Hinduism, be them Shaolin, be them whatever they happen to be. And I just want to create more interest in this whole arena for people in general, because these traditions are so rich, so viable. So there's just so much going on, and they're worth thinking about, they're worth talking about, they're worth engaging in. And I think if we get a few more people that have been around, let's say you've been around the block a few times, that are willing to get on camera and talk about this stuff and present it in a way that people find engaging, then I think there's a chance that more people are going to be interested. And as more people are interested, more of them will train. As more people train, there'll be more resources for the community to do more with the people that are there. And as the resources grow for the community, then an interesting thing starts to happen where because there's resources in the community, some people can go into retreat and do really serious practice, for example. As those people go into retreat and do serious practice, and scientific research, for example, is done on those people, well, now not only are people gaining realizations, but there's more information that's being generated that's useful for both practitioners and people who are kind of looking on from the sidelines. And we're already seeing some of that, of course, but I'm hoping that there'll be more momentum in that direction in the future. I'm hopeful that we're headed that way, actually. Okay, Rezu asks, how long is the delay? The delay is right up to this time. So however long ago you put in the comment, up to now is how long it took me to get to you. Okay, for me it is 2:30 in the morning. So I've now reached the rapid fire hour. Rapid fire 30 minutes. So I see Major General Tao's comment at the bottom, which says, you will have a great surge of energy. Eventually, it is mundane. So this will be the part, the place where I draw the line. I'm going to go rapid fire through the questions that remain, and then call it a night, if you all don't mind. So let me see. Yeah. One of the great, not just me, Agape, one of the great living lamas of our time, who is actually an accomplished tantric practitioner, said, if it's sex, it's not tantra. If it's tantra, it's not sex. And he's being a little playful there, but he's saying that if it is ordinary sex in any measurable respect that resembles sex in the way that 10 billion people think about sex on this planet, it's not tantra. And if it's tantra, it is so different from what you consider to be sex that we shouldn't call it sex. To be able to do those practices, for example, first you have to be able to visualize a three-dimensional environment in which there are 180 deities surrounding you, you as the deity in the center, hundreds of objects in all of these beings' hands for 4 hours at a time, where not even a single pupil in the eye of even a single deity changes. And this is how stable your visualization needs to be. Then, once you can do that, you need to be able to shrink it down to the size of a mustard seed without losing even a fraction of the detail that you were able to create when it was the size of half a city block. Shrink it down and put it inside the center of your heart chakra inside your body. And then hold it there for long periods of time. And then you have to be able to bring all of the winds into the central channel of the body and into the lower abdomen. And you have to do all these physical yogas so that you won't emit semen, for example, so that you can pull semen back into the body before it's emitted, and hold it in a certain pattern inside the body to change how the winds move inside the central channel. There is like nothing resembling normal sex about this process, besides like a very small mechanical part of what's going on. So again, if it's even close to resembling normal sex, it's not tantra. And if it's tantra, it's not even close to resembling normal sex. So that's what I'll say about that. Is God real? Read the comment section in the community and you'll see what I think about the Creator God idea. Roman Star. Maybe you should share your screen in a small window in the corner so we can see the comments you're reading. Oh, that's an interesting idea. I could also, I suppose, put the comments sort of here or something. I'll think about that. That's a good idea. The difference between Anonymous, the difference between Sanatana Dharma and the Buddhist religion, I think, is basically whether or not one accepts the authority of the Vedas as supreme, or whether one accepts the Buddha and the Dharma he taught as supreme, you know? And maybe the Vedas and the Upanishads, I guess. I'm not sure. Because I think as a system, as a whole, it's quite complex, right? There's a lot of diversity. Yo, this samsara, what you expect, may all beings be healthy. Yep, yeah, true. Vedic traditions are older than Buddhism. According to Buddhism, there have already been 14 Buddhas in this current universe. So we got you beat. Haha. You have the Vedas for how long? 5,000 years? Maybe? We've got Buddhas for billions of years. What are you going to do now? Do you see how silly that sounds? Who cares which one is older? You know? I mean, just being older doesn't mean anything. I mean, how many of you have an older sibling that says stupid stuff and isn't right about anything? You know, I'm being a little funny, but just being older doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove your point. It doesn't make it true. Agape, I think that's interchat commentary, but I am familiar with Shi Hang Yi, I believe. Isn't he the younger Shaolin monk who opened the European Shaolin Temple? Yeah. I don't think you're talking to me, but what do I think of him? I think he's, you know, the thing about the Shaolin Temple is you have, and this is, again, I'm not an expert on Shaolin, I'm not an expert on Chinese Buddhism, but my understanding of the Shaolin Temple is that it's sort of like going to college. And you have your liberal arts education, let's say, and there's a certain standard curriculum. And then from there, you can go into specialties, which might include certain martial stuff, certain meditative stuff, certain training and further training and study in Buddhist stuff. But that the sort of, let's say, bachelor's degree level of your training doesn't actually get into really, really deep levels of spiritual practice. That if you want to go into really, really deep levels of spiritual practice, that's your master's degree or your PhD carrying on through sort of a vertical channel of deep spiritual training after you have your bachelor's degree of basic understanding of stuff and basic, but you know, extremely sophisticated martial arts, but you haven't really been diving deeply into one area of the arts or one area of spirituality or one area of scriptural study or medicine or what have you. And so I don't actually know if he continued through one of these, let's call them kind of vertical pathways of really, really deep stuff, or if he stopped at the bachelor level and came to Europe. I don't know. From some of the things I've heard him say, I'm not sure, you know. I'm really not sure where he stopped in terms of that whole process. In the chat, please do your best to be kind and respectful to each other. Very, very simple rule for the chat. Just try to be respectful and focus on ideas, not people. On ideas, not people's character or that sort of thing. Yes, Soma, very brief explanation of Mahamudra practice. Mahamudra practice comes in two flavors, Sutra and Tantra. Both of those flavors involve abiding in the nature of your various consciousnesses. If you're doing Sutra level practice, you abide in the nature of your 5 external senses, and then you abide in the nature of consciousness itself at the level of what we would call sort of human consciousness, right? But below your ordinary human consciousness, there are subtler layers of consciousness, including the subtlest layer, which is what carries on from lifetime to lifetime. When you do Tantra, there are a bunch of methods to generate these subtler, well, not generate, but make these manifest or make these appear in your experience so that you can do something with them. So Tantric level Mahamudra is instead of resting on your human level consciousness, is accessing the subtler layers of your being, your conscious awareness, and then abiding in the subtlest layer. And then while you're abiding in the subtlest layer, you combine this with your with your realization of emptiness. Maha Mudra, the great seal, the great stamp, means that conventional reality and ultimate reality are interdependent, and that conventional reality is sealed or stamped with the emptiness of inherent existence, including your most fundamental consciousness. And so through abiding in your most fundamental consciousness with emptiness of inherent existence as the object of that consciousness, it's sort of, sometimes I say it's sort of like inception, right? If you're at the first layer of the dream, so to speak, you can't do very much. But as you go down subtler and subtler layers of that person's mind, planting a seed there has a big effect when that person's mind becomes coarse again. Likewise, if you plant the understanding of emptiness at the very basal level of consciousness, when the rest of consciousness reemerges, it's deeply been influenced by this extremely subtle place in which you planted the understanding. This is why Tantra is so powerful. But even at the level of sutra, where you're just meditating on consciousness here in terms of your 6 ordinary senses, same thing. You're learning how to combine those with your understanding of emptiness and eventually turning that into a direct perception of emptiness at the sutra level. Yeah? Okay. You know, agape, about helping young people, I actually have a similar passion. You know, in particular, I feel terrible for young men, because the culture has gotten so weird and so isolated and so disconnected. I feel really, really bad for young dudes. You know, it's really tough out there for younger men. And there's something is deeply wrong with our culture right now. And I hope somehow that young men will discover what we're doing here and discover this sort of stuff, and, you know, discover people with something perhaps more interesting to say about life and developing character and the meaning of life, the purpose of life, so, you know, better than Andrew Tate or the manosphere, you know. Because doing that sort of thing in the way that's described by such people doesn't make you happy. It's a miserable state of existence. In any case, I digress. I do martial arts, if you were asking. I do Tai Chi, and I've done a number of other things. Just reminding you folks, you kind folks, here again. I just got monetized, if you hadn't heard, and I don't charge for anything that I do. So what I've decided is that if we can get a certain number of subscribers on YouTube, then I can go on teaching everything for free. So people that are subscribing are basically offering donations, in a sense, so that everyone gets to have the teachings for free. So if this is something meaningful to you, if you're getting something good out of this and you want it to go, you know, carry on, and you want to get more benefits and you want everyone else to get more benefits, then become a subscriber, you know, become a member. And there are a few benefits built into membership. Once you get, I think it's to the 2nd or 3rd tier, I'm going to be preferentially answering those people's questions in live streams and so forth, because they're doing something to benefit the whole community. And I think the community, in a sense, needs to give a little bit back to them too, by them getting a little bit more access to getting their questions answered and so forth. So that is the sort of one little perk that I'm offering that is like legitimately a kind of real perk, you could say. And the same goes for people that put through super chats, because again, those super chats really do help me be able to offer this to people without having to charge a fee. And I actually have an ethical issue with charging people money for this stuff. So the more people who just sort of happily, willingly contribute to support what I'm trying to do, the more I'm going to be able to do for the whole community. So if that sounds like something worthwhile, just right now, click the button for membership, sign up for whatever level of membership makes sense for you, and then I can carry on doing this, hopefully for the next 50 years, or should I live so long, you know? Okay. Is there a difference between Nepalese Buddhism and the Buddhisms from China, Japan, etc.? I think Nepalese Buddhism is similar to Tibetan, if I'm not mistaken. And there are differences. China and Japan had a different transmission of Tantra from India than the ones that went to Tibet. So they have Tantras, but they don't have the same exact Tantras as you have in Tibet and Nepal and Mongolia and Bhutan, if I'm remembering my places correctly. And then what else? Come on, brain. In terms of their main sort of heart practice, they have a style of practice which emphasizes, like Mahamudra, pulling your awareness back and becoming aware of consciousness itself and abiding in the nature of consciousness itself, right? So the Tibetan practices, for example, and I think also Nepalese, I'm not 100% sure, but I think they have versions of those practices. They have those practices also. Just the way in which they teach you to get to those conditions, and the way that they train you is the order of operations, you could say, is different. But those are the ultimate practices, the ones in which you abide in the nature of your own consciousness and analyze your own consciousness. Okay. If one jumps around the question and doesn't like to talk about hard things, that should be noted. I love talking about difficult subjects. There are just certain personal experiences and personal elements and vows and things that I hold that limit certain things I will and will not talk about. I mean, take note, for example, that I, on 3 occasions before I put him on mute, told the Muslim gentleman that was in the stream I would be happy to answer any of the most challenging questions he could bring to the stream, but he didn't ultimately ask any questions. Okay, do you consider that this lifetime is a consummation of your vows from earlier incarnations? I don't have any way of knowing. I don't have any way of knowing at this stage of the game if this is my first time around doing Buddhist practice, or if I've done it in the past. Although I've talked to some colleagues and some teachers about that issue, and because of the way that I entered Buddhism in this life, there's a chance that I did some real serious practice in the past for a couple of reasons. One is that it's quite difficult to do deep study on the subject of Madhyamaka Prasangika, and usually you have to have done some work on it in the past for you to begin really deeply understanding it in this life, is one argument. And another thing is that when you first encounter Buddhism in a new rebirth, when you haven't encountered it for quite some time, meaning like you died, you were a practitioner in the previous life and you died, you're reborn, but you're reborn in a place or a family or whatever that doesn't practice Buddhism. And then at some point at 16 or 19 or 25, you encounter Buddhism. And as soon as you encounter it, you're a completely different person. It just, a bomb goes off in your mind and you are completely different. And you go, this is it. This is it. Nothing else I want to do. This is the thing, right? This, they would say, is probably an indication that you did some work on this in the past. Not that you were some great practitioner or something, but that maybe in one of the more recent lives that you've had, that you were an okay practitioner, Ty, hello. Welcome to the stream. Very, very glad to see you. I didn't realize you were spending Japanese yen, or is that just YouTube being cute? Okay. The other bit about this is, please don't misread me when I make a statement like I might have practiced in a previous life recently, because according to Buddhism, all of us have encountered Buddhism in the past at some point. Just so far, we haven't been successful in completing the process. That's why we're here. Okay. Pure Lands are super boring. I know, you're born inside a flower, and until you do your practice, someone's kind of like someone's standing over you, keeping you inside the flower, keeping you inside the lotus cage until you stop being a prick. I mean, once you get out of the lotus and you're walking around the Pure Land and hanging out with the other Pure Landers, man, that should be the name of one of the subscription tiers, the Pure Landers. Okay. Jokes aside, carrying on. You would have to, I'm reading SP's question about cow dung and excrement and urine and so forth. I've never heard that. I know that what are they called? Angamis? There's a certain sect of Hindu Angaris. What are they called? Maybe somebody knows. Anyways, there's a sect of Hindu practice where they do really, really sort of extreme tantric stuff from a Hindu standpoint, and they do that kind of thing. But I've never heard of that in the Pali canon. Coffee candy. Any advice on Vipassana or Zen meditation for people with a strong inner critic? Yeah. One thing you can do is, there's a lot of things you can do. I kind of hesitate to give advice like that as just a blanket statement. Just reach out to me on Facebook, and we'll talk. Okay. We can talk one-on-one, and you can let me know more of what's going on in your situation, and I'd be happy to help you kind of customize the advice for you. Are the Pure Lands like a waiting room where the masters choose to reincarnate to teach newbies down on Earth? No, so a Pure Land is a place where a practitioner can be born, and in that place that is run by a Buddha, you do your practice there, and you either attain full realization in that rebirth, or as soon as you pass away out of that pure realm, in that next rebirth, you attain the final realization. So, yeah, it's pretty nice. It's a heavenly realm. It has extraordinary bliss and beauty and this sort of thing, according to the canon. But in addition to that, you engage in virtue and you get to train with the Buddha the whole time. And other beings are all training along with you. They're all on the path. Nobody who's not on the path can go there. So again, a very, very, very beneficial. Okay, I've reached the comment. No, I haven't reached it. We're getting close. Okay. So you enter the Pure Lands usually through the power of a Buddha. So you form a connection with them, and through your connection with that particular Buddha, they assist you in entering the Pure Land, which would be quite difficult if you were just trying to do it on your own merit. So this is recorded in the sutras related to Amitabha and Sukhavati, and a number of other. There are a whole bunch of different Pure Lands. Wanderer Kami, I've trained in Tibetan Buddhism and Zen, and a little bit of Thai forest tradition. And then I also train in Dragon Gate Taoism in the Complete Reality School, which includes Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism. And my teacher for that has lineages and trained in lineages of Chan Buddhism, Chinese Tantra, and Tibetan Bon practice, which includes Tibetan tantric stuff and also, what am I thinking of here? Oh yeah, just Tibetan sort of sutric practice. So kind of the high Indian Buddhism tradition, you could say. Okay, now I'm really scanning through now, just looking for question marks. So if I miss any questions, I apologize. Hey, just joined. White Puppy, can you explain Nama and Rupa? Yeah, Nama Rupa just means consciousness and physical stuff. So Nama it means name, but what it's referring to is mental stuff. Will collective samsara end if every being is liberated? Yeah, that's the idea. When all beings are liberated, then once all beings are liberated, then we can all finally enter into abiding nirvana. Okay, so Random Pi, I did actually answer that question several times in this stream about Advaita Vedanta and Buddhism in general. With Nagarjuna's specific interpretation, it'd be a bit of a longer conversation, but it's basically the same argument that if Advaita Vedanta school analyzes consciousness and sees that it's empty of inherent existence, it's actually a Buddhist school of a sort. And if they don't do that, then they're basically a Vedic school of a sort. So if you were to combine Nagarjuna's insights with your meditation on consciousness from a Advaita perspective, then I'm of the opinion that you have generated a Buddhist insight. Okay, let me see. There's no first birth. SP, according to Buddhism, you have an infinite past rebirth. So we have already inhabited every type of realm of existence that there is. The only thing we haven't done is escape from samsara. Random Pi, how does life start? Why do we come to samsara when we haven't done any karma yet? The place surrounding. I'm actually going to do a video addressing most of that sometime in the next 3 days. So according to Buddhism, causality is infinite. Previous rebirths are infinite. The number of universes in the past is infinite. The causal sequence of reality, including all of the sentient beings that are part of reality, has no first moment. This universe has a first moment, but behind this universe is more causes and conditions, more universes, more of our continuums of consciousness going back in terms of temporal moments. So there was never a time where we hadn't done actions. We had always done actions in the past because the past is infinite. So there's no first life. There was no first moment. There are infinite previous moments. So there was always a moment before the current one. And so that question is answered by saying that the grammar of the question is possible, but the way that you've asked it it misunderstands what the position is that we're putting forward. As I said previously, if I told you my briefcase is infinitely in that direction, can you go pick it up for me? And you said, yeah, how far away is it? Is it 20 minutes? Is it 45 minutes? The briefcase is an infinite distance away. There is no finite measurement where you can eventually arrive at the briefcase, right? There's no finite period of time where you take a certain number of steps and get there. It is infinitely far away. Likewise, you have infinite rebirths. There's no first one. And to ask a question about how did it first happen is to misunderstand the position. The position is there's no first moment where it happened. It's always been happening. Okay. Pavlova, where did Western philosophy go wrong? I don't think it did. Western philosophy's got a bunch of really interesting stuff going on. Greetings from a Jodo Shoshu practitioner. Greetings. Hello. Could I finance a video on Lobsang Rampa? Do you have any thoughts on him? I'd have to look him up. We could talk about it. Will I do a video on the Tibetan Book of the Dead? Yeah, at some point for sure. Dylan, yeah, I think that's right about meditation. You know, in the beginning, you can't really get your mind to get in contact with what's going on, and after a while, you can. Is there a Buddhist war theory? Not really. Carrying on, just Angoris. Yeah, that's the word, I think. So I'm just blazing through now to get to the bottom of the chat because we have reached the end of the day, my friends. Let me see. Can an ordinary practitioner be reborn in the Pure Lands like copper-colored mountain? I'm not sure about the Pure Land. Is that a Pure Land? The copper-colored mountain Pure Land? I haven't heard of that. Ordinary practitioner is an interesting turn of phrase. I mean, most of the Pure Lands, when you see them in the text and so forth, they have like a, how to say, they like the text that you find them in usually have a description of how it is you would enter that realm, right? They don't just say, oh yes, there's this pure realm. They tell you exactly what Buddha oversees it and how you would enter it. In terms of endurance, you know, I mentioned this yesterday, but let me back up since there's been a couple questions about meditation, and I'll do one more semi-long answer. Okay. In terms of endurance, so here's the thing. I'm not like a special person or something, you know. I was a very ordinary person, and I'm still mostly a pretty ordinary person. But if you train your mind in concentration by placing the mind on the breath, so the 5 Foundations course that I have in the school thing down below, and you know, again, I have it for free out there too. But if you learn how to put your mind where you want it to go through doing intensive breath meditation, and then you learn how to make your mind very calm by doing body scanning, and then you make your mind very calm while standing by doing it in a standing position. And then you make the mind very calm, again, in a walking position. And then you do Mahamudra practices so that no matter what activity you're engaged in, you can open at least one sensory gate and keep your mind, the quality of your mind, quite high. And then, having done all this and contacted all the elements of your being, you know what vision is, you know what smell is, you know what taste is, and so forth from direct experience. You have at least some sense of what your consciousness is from direct experience. The only thing that remains is, what about all that time in between where you're not controlling what your mind is doing? How do you take some control of that? Your impulses, your worldview, your motivation, your attitude about stuff, to put it blunt, sort of, just sort of not sugarcoating it. Yeah. This is what I call Foundation 5. How do you reshape, sculpt, craft the content on the surface of your mind? And Buddhism has a huge, huge, huge bag of tools, bag of methods to completely change the stuff that's on the surface of your mind, so that when you're not trying to do anything in particular, that's just how you respond. So instead of responding with anger, you respond automatically with loving kindness or patience. So instead of responding with arrogance, you automatically respond with humility. Instead of responding with the inability to deal with pain and difficulty or tiredness, you automatically respond with endurance. So instead of responding with laziness, you automatically respond with this drive that you must do something of meaning and purpose. And so by reshaping what's on the surface of the mind and reshaping your character as a person, then even in those times where you're not specifically trying to do something or work on something or generate something, your habit, in terms of the qualities that your mind just generates when you're not paying attention, is much better. It's much better. And so I don't make any claims to be special at all. Quite the contrary. I think I'm a pretty ordinary person. And the point of this is actually that ordinary people like me and you can reshape this stuff on the surface of our minds enough that any one of you could have great endurance in doing something that is of meaning and benefit for others. I didn't start this way. I trained. And I was a mess as a younger person. I mean, I wasn't like into drugs or an alcoholic or anything, but I mean, lazy, selfish, gaslighting, only thinking about myself, hurting a lot of people. I was, not honest. I was not headed a good direction in my teens and 20s. And I developed the ability to be able to do more and more and more through training. So this stuff makes your mind better, makes your mind more capable, makes your mind more sharp. Matter of fact, let me read you one quick thing from one of my students she's one of the people who's been with me the longest. There are, I think, 4 or 5 people that have been with me for a fair period of time. And before you ask, I asked if I could share this with other people, and she said yes. I won't tell you her name, but listen to this. So this is her after a couple weeks. She went into retreat with me, and then she came out of retreat, and she had already been training with me at this point for about 4 years. And she finally got to do one of my retreats. And she wasn't able to do the full retreat. She could only do 4 days. And so here's what she said after a couple weeks of being out of retreat. Just a message to express my gratitude for your generous teaching. Since retreat, my meditation practice has bloomed. I went from 1 5 to 10 minute session daily, usually, meaning she wasn't able to do it consistently, to 2 15 to 30 minute sessions daily. With that increase, I'm no longer anxious and irritable, and my irritability has decreased significantly. Previously, I was wound up at work almost all the time. Now I'm working serenely, and my productivity has increased. My memory has also improved. And by the way, she used to have chronic pain, and her pain was so bad that she couldn't do her practice. A lot of times she couldn't get up her stairs at home because her pain and her conditions were so bad. And it was, again, I don't want to get into too much detail, but she was not in a good place. She's a bit older. And here's what she says. Since doing body scanning meditation regularly, a lot of my chronic pain has resolved. And I know this is just the tip of the iceberg. I look forward to continuing the work with you. So think about this. In a period of 4 years, and she's shared other things with me where, she's starting to have real experiences in meditation. She's starting to develop real capabilities in meditation, and she's noticing things about who and what she is that are, they're starting to sound religious, let's say. And she lives a very ordinary life. She's married, she has kids, she has family problems, she goes to work, she comes home, it's a very ordinary life. And this could be any one of you. And the only difference between where I am today and where you are today is that I've been working at this for 20 years. So if you haven't done, maybe some of you have already done 20 years of practice, but if you haven't done 20 years of practice, what you see in me in terms of character, to the degree that I have character, right, is something that's possible for you over the long term, training your mind. I wasn't like this when I started. So any good qualities you see in me is the result of my teachers being kind enough to kick my ass repeatedly until I listened to them and did what they said and actually overcame my own bullshit. You understand? Okay. All right, we're almost to the bottom of the Q&A. Does consciousness move upwards? I'm not sure what that means. When everyone is to be moved to nirvana, does that imply finite consciousnesses? I think what you mean is, do you move upwards in terms of your development from lifetime to lifetime? Generally, no. The reason we've been here forever without being liberated is that generally people achieve really good karmic results and they burn up that karma, a bit like spending all your money on a nice vacation. And then once the money's all gone, you're straight back to being poor. And maybe you even have a debt. You put it all on credit cards or something. Now you're really in trouble. So no, you don't just sort of continue moving upwards in terms of your development. However, if you take vows, if you do your practice, if you cultivate good character, if you generate the right states of mind that keep you connected with the types of beings who can help you, then from lifetime to lifetime, you can start moving upwards in terms of your development. Yeah? Okay. When everyone is to be moved into nirvana, does that imply finite consciousnesses? There's a bit of debate in the literature, but I don't know. I don't have a firm opinion on it, whether sentient beings are infinite or finite. I'm not sure. Sometimes I talk about them as infinite because it's just really fun to talk about infinities. Sometimes I talk about it and think about it as finite because I don't have a firm opinion on the matter. Edgar asks about the preparation, the six preparatory practices outlined in the Chenmo. So the Lamrim Chenmo, for those of you who don't know, is the great exposition on the stages of the path. It is a systematic treatise relying on the entirety of the Sutra canon and the commentary canon for the Mahayana tradition that puts all the practices in order, going from being a normal person to an enlightened being. And so in that text, they describe the preparatory practices you should do before every meditation session. The thing about that is a lot of those things you don't have to do. You know, like if you were living in a cave in the Himalayas, you wouldn't be doing a fair number of those things. And then in terms of the things that you can do or should do, like taking refuge, generating bodhicitta, a little bit of purification practice, this sort of stuff. With the right methods, you can get all of that into a pretty short period of time, you know, like 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Assuming you were going to do all of that in one session. And I don't necessarily think you'd have to do it all in one session. You can make a lot of progress even if you don't have all of those things at the front of your session. And if you want to make all those practices work really well, they work a lot better if you have concentration. So again, you know, the way I tend to think about all this is like, if you just generate some concentration. Venerable Atisha said it really well. Venerable Atisha, who helped revive Buddhism in Tibet and make it into what it is today, the crowning jewel of the 500 great scholars of Nalanda from his day, said, concentration is the best ethics. If you want your character to be fantastic, train in actual concentration. And concentration also gives you the ability to turn everything else you do into a practice that is like 100 times more effective and powerful and interesting, actually, as a practitioner, than if you don't have concentration. So this is why, for those of you who are interested, a little bit of insight into my own thinking and motivation, this is why I put so much emphasis on, like, let's just get you some meditative experience, my guy, you know? Let's get you some meditative experience so that through gaining more concentration, everything else will happen more easily and be more profound. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully that makes some sense. Okay. How to deal with procrastination. Procrastination comes from not understanding the benefits of the activity. So, no, you're not cluttering up the chat. This is really important. This is one of the most critical subjects in all of this stuff. How do you motivate yourself to do the things you need to do? One way to motivate yourself to do the things you need to do is to think about the benefits that you'll get if you do it. Ty asks if I have plans to do videos on major Buddhist masters. I might. That's actually not a bad idea. I'm going to copy and paste this into my ideas for videos. Thanks, Ty. That's actually a really good idea. What I'd like to do, in fact, is have videos on great lay practitioners in particular, because my mission is to help inspire and motivate and get lay people interested in all of this. And one thing you need to do for lay people is prove to them that they can do it. Because if you feel like you can't do it, you know, why exert the effort? I'll do a little bit, feel a little better, get on with life. But if you learn that, you know what, actually, Marpa, the translator, for example, who taught Milarepa, the great Milarepa, who everyone's heard of, even across various Buddhist traditions because he's so incredible. He was a layperson. Venerable Atisha's chief disciple, Venerable Atisha, the great yogi, the great scholar, the great reviver of Buddhism in Tibet, his primary student was Dromtonpa, a layperson. Amongst the chief disciples of the Buddha, some of the greatest students of the Buddha were some meditators who were lay people. So lay people, read the Vimalakirti Sutra. A layperson, a wealthy layperson who frequented whorehouses and other places because he wanted to teach the Dharma to the whores and the prostitutes. I mean, a bit like Jesus, right? Was so capable in his training in meditation and wisdom that when the students of the Buddha came to Vimalakirti, that he defeated the Buddha's top students in debate on the most critical subjects in Buddhist study and practice. Layperson. So there are littered throughout Buddhist history great lay practitioners. So I'd like to do a series, and I've thought about doing a series on great lay practitioners in particular, because these are the people I mainly want to inspire. Monks and nuns are already inspired and they're busy doing their practice, aren't they? But the rest of us, maybe not so much. So procrastination, the main thing to do to overcome procrastination, a few big things. Think about how little time you actually have. You're going to die, my man. You're going to die. Time is limited. And if that's too depressing, think about how incredible the opportunity you have is to be alive and do this stuff and have the access to all this. And think about the benefits you'll get from practicing and doing all this. Yeah? Huge. And the more you think about it and write it down and put it on your wall and think about it every day, the more you're going to go, man, I really need to get to this. I really need to do this. I need to do something. So you develop the motivation by considering the benefits of it and also considering the drawbacks if you don't do anything about it. Certain types of meditation, General Tao, certain types of meditation are non-action. That's right. And in particular, when you're meditating on consciousness itself, where consciousness is the object, that requires non-action. Xiaoheng, it must be a special sort of dream for us to experience reincarnation here. For verification, we need to follow a teacher or reference to scripture. Yes. So Xiaoheng, I'm terribly sorry I don't understand your question. But life is not a dream. It's real. There are things about life that are sort of like a dream. You could create analogies about how reality is dream-like, how life and reality are dream-like, similar to a dream in some ways, but life is real. Let me see. Yeah, I think in that sutra, this layperson is treated as an equal of Manjushri. Okay. Yeah, you're right. In the Vimalakirti Sutra, he's actually considered superior to Manjushri. Think about that for a minute. To verify things, do you need to follow a teacher or reference the scriptures? Generally, yes. And I think actually you need the human being, because the scriptures taken by themselves, if you don't know what they mean, they could mean 50 different things. You need the lineage to help you interpret the scripture so that you know what's being said there, because usually it's saying something quite specific. Think about it like this. It's like in medicine, they use Latin terms, right? And if you open a medical textbook, it's like it is literally reading a foreign language. You have no clue what's going on there, but every term means something, and it means something specific. And Buddhist texts are the same way. There's 2,000 years of debate and really rigorous analysis, and everything's defined really sort of crispy, and it's very precise. Because the geniuses of various cultures, literal geniuses of various cultures for 2,000 years poured their entire being into making sure that we described these things properly and understood them properly so that we could practice them properly. And so the lineage carries part of the wisdom, let's say, of how to work with the scriptures, understand them, and interpret them in a way that allows you to put them into practice. So you need the scripture, and you also need help from the lineage to interpret the scripture. And the lineages will also teach you the areas of debate in the scriptures where something's not clear, because there are debates. Kalyana, the Theravada says that some beings can attain enlightenment. The path to attaining enlightenment is the Mahayana. The Mahayana says you have to attain the Theravada path in order to progress onto the Mahayana path. So both systems agree that the other system exists. So they're both true. A bodhisattva has to pass through the entire Theravada path to accomplish Buddhahood after attaining nirvana. The Theravadins say some people can attain Buddhahood, but most people can't or won't, and therefore you should stop at nirvana. But both of them agree, roughly speaking, that there's such a thing as nirvana and there's such a thing as Buddhahood, and that those are both real things that a person could do. So they're both true. I meant that you can remember past lives through dreaming. Oh, that was an interchat question. Okay. Yeah, remembering past lives in dreams is a really unreliable way to remember past lives because you make up a bunch of junk when you're dreaming. This sutra is very popular in medieval China. Okay. Ooh, getting close to the bottom. Nice. 6 months in temples. That must have been like a dream. Okay, my friends. Let's see. Where am I? Sorry, the chat jumped again. What is the self? The self is your parts and causes and relationships. It is a changing, composed being rather than a unchanging, uncomposed being. Practice and remember things in life start with happy locations. Yeah, that's true. I haven't done those practices myself, but I've heard from various sources that if you're trying to recall past lives, first you need to train a lot in concentration. You train very deeply in concentration, and then you need to work on remembering what happened up to the point of birth. And then at some point you'll recall being in the womb, and then at some point beyond the womb you recall entering the womb, and then you're off to the races in terms of recalling past lives. And then the way that past lives are remembered is not like remembering, normally we have these sort of vague, half constructed memories, but if you'd like to understand how a past life memory looks when it's recalled, listen to near-death experiences, and in particular the description of how a life review feels. The life review part of a near-death experience is what it's like to recall a past life. What it's like is you have a three-dimensional experience where, think about an old school movie reel, right? In a movie reel, there's a bunch of still images like this. And if you unwind the wheel, you can see all of the images. Now, this sounds very strange, but when you have a past life memory, you don't sit in the theater and watch the whole movie on the screen step by step. It's as if the entirety of the film is stretched out and you see every single part of it at the same time. And not only are you seeing it, but you're standing in it as if it's happening again, and you see it, smell it, taste it, touch it, hear it. All 6 of your senses are rehaving the experience, except you're having the experience from beginning of that entire lifetime to the end of that entire lifetime as one event. It all occurs to you at once as if it's happening again. And on top of happening again, your mind is like 50 times more perceptive than it was when it happened to you in real life. So it's like hyper real, even more real than real. And so the level of detail and so forth that you see about what happened is way more than you see of your life right now. That's what people describe when they describe the life review of a near-death experience. And that is very, very, very similar to what great meditators describe when they describe recalling a past life. According to Buddhism, it's not actually memory in the way that we think about it. It's a type of clairvoyance. It's a type of clairvoyant capability, not actually memory like we normally have memory. This chat gets so wild. Daniel, about chanting. Yeah, there's plenty of chanting practices you could do. If you're mainly drawn to chanting, there's a fair number of mantra practices you could do. And one very famous and very sort of, if you're looking for something very simple, that is not too complicated and is just sort of devotional kind of practice, then do Amitabha's practices, where you recite Amitabha's name, you recite the Sukhavati Sutra, and so forth. Very beneficial. It can be confirmed the Theravada Dharma is 100% correct. Yes, according to the Theravada canon, the canon is 100% correct. The canon that they edited twice was 100% correct from all time. No doubt. The canon they had to edit 2 times according to themselves had absolutely no errors in it. The canon, which from the time the Buddha stopped teaching, caused the emergence of something like 16 or 24 different schools of Buddhism, definitely had no alternative interpretations or information than we have today. Can you feel my sarcasm? We have to deal with the reality of our texts in Buddhism. We can't just say it's all perfect. Okay. And I'm saying this as someone who thinks that most of it is true, but you have to deal with the reality of the text. So eco-earthling, there are practices like that in Buddhism. Since we're at the end of the stream, I don't have time to go into detail, but yeah, there's stuff like that in Buddhism. And yeah, I don't know. I don't have time, I think, right now to say much more. Do people who can recall past lives have better memories? Yeah, actually, one of the things my heart guru used to say is that when you talk to these great accomplished yogis who have spent years in caves and so forth, he said that their minds are like steel traps. They're like their intellect and their ability to recall information and the amount of information they know and the complexity of it of connections they're able to make between those pieces of information. And again, I've said this before, I'm not an unintelligent person. I'm not an unintelligent person. I've done fairly well in things to do with intellectual activity and so forth. But my main teacher for many years, my heart guru for the early part of my practice for 12 years, was so far beyond my ability to keep up with drawing connections, understanding stuff. The depth of his knowledge in everything that he put his attention to, it seemed impossible to me as a young person. And he was impressed by what these great lamas could do with their minds in terms of just ordinary intellectual scholarly endeavor. And they weren't just scholars. These were people, of course, who had also done 3 years or 6 years or 9 years or in some cases 20 years of retreat. So this is the incredible nature of the Tibetan traditions, for example, is that they'll study for 7 years or 12 years or 20 years, and then they'll go ahead and do 10 years of retreat on top of that. So not only are they great scholars, but they're also incredible meditators and yogis. Analogy of a dream. Yeah, life is has some properties that are dream-like, but it's not a dream. That's very important. Dylan, yeah, Plum Village is lovely. Thich Nhat Hanh's lineage is very nice. It's very pleasant. It's very soothing. Okay, one very common experience is to feel your body become larger or to feel your body become smaller. Those experiences are not very significant. It's just one of the weird things amongst like 50 other weird things that happen if you try to meditate. Dylan, I hope you don't mind me saying it in this way, because I can relate to you as a younger person. I had a lot of social anxiety. Those kinds of social anxieties will become less as you learn to control your mind more. Part of the problem is that your mind starts going and thinking about all of this stuff that is causing the anxiety to come up. And if your mind wasn't doing that, then it wouldn't come up, right? So if you can learn to control your mind through training and meditation, then there's less anxiety. Like my student said about her work, right? If you die while doing a pilgrimage, I'm not sure. I've never heard that, Robert. That's an interesting factoid. Okay. Xiaoheng, Buddhism actually has a blend of faith and reason. It has a blend of reasoned faith and faith based on experience, and in some cases faith based on the authority of your teachers, that grows because you have had direct experiences of certain things. And not only have you had direct experiences of certain things, but there are reasons that sort of begin to stack up, which make you think, you know what, my teacher is reliable. And so your faith in these things grows because as you grow as a practitioner, you see things, you hear things, you have experiences. And in the community, people that you've known for years who were otherwise normal start in their private moments telling you the things that they have seen and experienced and so forth. And so your confidence grows that this stuff is not mythology, this stuff is real. And so there are faith elements to it, but it's I would say it's a bit different than other religions because we say you can experience it all at some point. Okay, I think I've gotten to the bottom of the chat. What do I think about rebirth, Wanderer? I think rebirth is a real thing. I've talked about that in previous streams. Are the heavens bad for your karma? No. Heaven is a good rebirth. Heaven's a good rebirth, but heaven is a good rebirth. The only challenge with it is it's like taking a really expensive vacation. So you use up a lot of good karma. And then the only place to go once the good karma is gone is down somewhere, right? Now, if you were a pretty good practitioner, and you took rebirth in a heavenly realm, you may actually continue your practice in the heavenly realms, but that's much harder to do. So generally, it's considered not as good to take rebirth in the heavenly realms. It's better to take rebirth as a human, or to take rebirth in the Pure Lands if you can. Those are the two best places. Since I assume this is not buying you a beer, can you divulge how you use money? Yeah. So I've said it before, I think it's all the hardcore people here now. Who knows who will see this later, but whatever. I think just to sort of, for lack of a better term, kind of run my life, if you will. Uh-oh. It says YouTube is not responding on one of my widgets here. Let me just make sure I haven't frozen. I gotta watch my stream on my phone. Sorry, by the time you guys see this, it's going to be like a 30-second delay. Okay, no, it looks like it's alive. So, I live in Scotland. My wife and I live in a flat, so we have rent, and we get groceries. We don't eat out very much, so I think we get like a hamburger or something once a week, and I can't remember the last time I bought a shirt. All my clothes are pretty old and beat up. I think this phone is about 10 years old. So most of the donations that have come in, I can't turn the laptop around and show you, but I don't know. Yeah, there's no way you're going to be able to see. But all of the money that came in the first round of donations went into this laptop that I'm using for you guys. Besides, I think 38 pounds, which I put into a hamburger for my wife and I. So to sort of run our lives, I think I need to be able to bring in something like 3,000 pounds a month, and that would give me the ability, if that amount of money was coming in, that would give me the ability to teach all of you guys full time and put in, as some of you know, I'm more than happy to put in 70 hours or 100 hours a week helping everybody, because this is what I like. This is why I'm here. But with a little bit of extra wiggle room so that the bills are paid and there's something left over, then I can go train more with my teachers. Like one of my main teachers lives in Mexico, for example, and it costs money to fly from the UK to Mexico. So I'd love to go see one of my heart gurus, but I don't have the money to do it. And I'd really like to do that. And so, to actually be able to really fully do all of the rest of my training and to benefit people and potentially travel around and teach more and all sorts of stuff, I think the sort of the sweet spot is around 3,000. And then in terms of really being able to upgrade a lot more stuff too over the next couple months, if what comes in is between 2,000 and 3,000, then I can get better lighting. I can get a lapel mic. I can get a few more things that will improve the stream and what we're doing here a lot more. So yeah, I don't live lavishly or anything. I mean, our flat is pretty nice, but it's actually quite reasonable in terms of rent. It's just in Edinburgh there are historic flats and things, and they look really nice. So yeah, I live relatively frugal existence, and I mostly spend my money on books and Dharma training stuff, and when my wife forces me to, I buy new clothing. That sort of thing. Yeah, speaking of which, for those of you who are new or just sort of dropping through, I did, thankfully, as you can see from Super Chats, just get monetized. So today, I had a bit of fun with this. So in the emojis, there are 4 of the 5 Buddha families. You have a little Buddha head there. And so you can accumulate a little bit of merit by producing a little Buddha head, because you've produced an image of a Buddha, which has a lot of merit. So by clicking the little Buddha emojis, lots of merit. And then in terms of I made subscription tiers. So I made subscription tiers that, again, I thought I'd have a little fun with it. So I named them after different meditative accomplishments. So if about half the people that are subscribed were to sign up even for the most basic tier, then I think the entire money side of this thing would become a non-issue. But I made some other tiers because probably most people won't subscribe. So those who are really moved to do something that's beneficial in terms of allowing me to teach full time and help the community full time can sign up for one of the higher tiers, you know. Anyways, so that's where we are now. We have memberships, we have super chats, we have fun stuff to do. Okay, let me just see what's come in, and then I think I'll wrap it up for the night if everyone's okay with that. Yeah, Ziyun, that's a really not a common thing, but there's some good research on that from the University of Virginia. Jim Tucker wrote a book on his research about this from a well-established research study that's been going on a long time, and the book is called Life After Life. Really cool research study. Okay, really quick thing about the hells. I'm sorry to end on the hells. Don't run away. Just give me a moment. The thing is, people think if I go to the lower realms, for example, that I'll burn off my bad karma and then I come right back up. And because I burned away my bad karma, I'll be in a really good position. The trouble is, the thing that people are not thinking about is you still accumulate karma in the animal realm, in the spirit realm, in the hell realms. And since you're accumulating karma, and most of the karma you're accumulating, even in the lower realms, is negative karma, it's really hard to get out of the lower realms once you're there. This is why, according to Buddhist cosmology, the smallest number of beings is Buddhas. Then there are a few more bodhisattvas, a few more pratyeka Buddhas, a few more arhats. Then there are a few more deities. Then there are a few more human beings. And then there are way more animals. And then below animals, there are way more people, let's say beings in the hungry ghost realm. And then the hells are just overflowing because the three lower realms feed on each other and feed beings back and forth between each other. And it's really easy, according to Buddhist thought, to accumulate negative karmas again and go from lower to lower in those realms, and then to not pop back up for a long time. So when you read the analogy of a turtle, for example, maybe this is where, no, I don't want to end there. It's so sad. The Buddha says that we're like a blind turtle living at the bottom of the 7 oceans, a turtle that comes up for air once every 100 years. This is how he describes us. And he says that encountering the Buddha's teachings by accident, for example, you come up for air in the upper realms like once every 100 years. So it's already pretty rare. He says, but then to encounter the Buddha's teachings by accident, having popped up from the lower realms without doing it on purpose, blind, it's like putting your head through let's call it a life preserver for the sake of ease. It's like putting your head through a life preserver that's floating somewhere on the 7 oceans. You know, it's impossible, but it happened and you're here. So make use of it before the time runs out. At least accumulate the karma to have it happen one more time, for goodness sake, while you're here. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to leave. And when you do leave it, you mostly go to the lower realms. Rinzai. If you want koans, go to the Rinzai and the Soto Zen traditions. I think. Double check me on that. I'm not an expert on all the schools of Japanese Zen. I'm mostly trained in martial Zen. Okay, my friends. we have reached the end. We've reached the end. Thank you to the people on this side, the people on this side. Thank you for being here. This has been a very, very nice stream. It's been a pleasure hanging with you all. If yeah, as I like to say, if you'd like to have more of this happen, just sign up for the lowest tier of membership. It's like £3. It's a cup of coffee every month to keep this thing going. So just fill the cup one time, and then I can do this to benefit all you guys, and I can come on here regularly and teach meditation and make all the content you want to see. And by the way, what I'm trying to avoid is having ads on all the videos. I don't want to do that. So if the community is able to come together and do memberships and stuff, then I can keep all of my videos ad-free, which to me would be so much better. I hate ads on the videos, you know? It's terrible. So it only takes a few members coming together and chipping in, really. Like relative to the number of members there are, not that many for the money side to work out. And then no ads, we all hang out together and have fun. Learn some stuff, make some progress, attain enlightenment. Okay, everyone, thank you for being here. Hope to see you again soon. Don't die before I do. I'm signing off.